Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku's true power was love across dimensions. Here is short summary. Izuku Midoriya has a simple but heroic quirk. However, a childhood trauma torments him, making him give up on his dream of being a hero. Unwittingly, he catches the attention of an old war dog who teaches him that his quirk is not what it seems. His hope is renewed when some autumn-colored eyes makes him understand that love is the only thing that can travel between dimensions. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The jungle is a wild and dark place, where only the fittest survive. Those with the least heart will be best received among the trees that touch heaven and the leaves that hide hell. There is no horror purer than that of nature itself, no death more honest than that which perishes before the beautiful and murderous creatures that dwell therein. But what happens when this pure horror is tainted by creatures equally cruel but lacking in beauty? Mankind left the forest a long time ago, and should never have gone back in there. The hills serve only as a graveyard for help cries that will never be heard. The acres of fertile land no longer grow fruit and vegetables but bones and rotting flesh. The fields are not for running and smelling the flowers in bliss but for trying to escape a cruel fate. In these wild lands, flowers have more blood than pollen. Instead of birdsong, the metallic sound of guns emptying their magazines. In the middle of the jungle, two indeterminate groups were facing each other, all of them in soldier costumes, carrying rifles, machine guns. Others showed off their unique skills given to them by Satan himself. And so, the forest burned, and the trees came alive to pierce human bodies while stone structures tried to stop the fury of the plants. Bloodshed was the goal of this confrontation, spraying the floors full of leaves and limbs of nameless soldiers who will never be remembered. Amidst all the blood, the bones grown in the earth came to life, piercing skulls, torsos, hands, legs and anything else within reach. In the midst of that massacre, a man screamed like a wild animal, receiving blasts of cold metal in his body, being stabbed by knives that seemed to have a life of their own. The man-made animal screamed unmoving, moving forward despite the pain. You could see his expression, the marked anger, the eyes dilated with pain and adrenaline. His body covered in blood from head to toe, unmoved by the savagery he was experiencing and unfolding around him. That man's scream could be heard over the sound of the guns, the explosions, the fire-burning flesh, the flesh being mutilated, the horror movie screams. The fury of that animal in a human body reached beyond the trees to the red-tinged sky. Then there was silence. Colombia, year 2250. In a dark room, engulfed by heat and humidity, a man stood up in exaltation, sitting on his bed with his body completely covered in sweat. The expression on his face was a strange amalgam of terror and anger. It was a couple of minutes before the man was able to stabilize his breathing. Sitting up in bed, he ran his hands through his sweat-damp hair. Carefully, he rose from the bed, revealing his stocky, broad body, along with his 185 centimeters height. The man made his way to a worn bathroom, where he washed his face and paused for a moment to look at his reflection in the mirror. The man in question appeared to be between 30 and 40 years old. His face was hard, with wrinkles marked by stress and two small bony and pointed protuberances on his cheekbones, one on each cheek. He had a full beard, a little unkempt, dark complexion and deep brown eyes that almost reached the black of the abyss. His wavy brown hair reached almost to his shoulders and was quite unkempt. He had quite a bit of body hair, both on his chest and arms, giving him an appearance that could be compared to that of a grizzly bear. He was currently shirtless, only his army badges were around his neck and he was wearing simple shorts. The room was rustic, like a small hut. There were clothes and bottles everywhere and a small cooler whose cold was been already abandoned. The thirsty bear man searched and found a bottle of water, which he drank with pure anxiety due to the temperature of the place. Then, rummaging through his clothes and tables, he found a simple cell phone. Turning it on, he found some missed calls and a message that interested him. "It's today," it said in the message. The large man stared at the message appreciatively, his brown eyes showing no emotion. he was simply judging something imperceptible to the eye. With a sigh, he put the cell phone away. He then began to organize his things, taking his clothes and folding them sparingly, then stuffing them into a large green luggage suitcase. Next, he went to take a shower. The shower was not at all luxurious and the water was cold, although given the temperatures the latter seemed more of an advantage. That imposing man soon found himself dressed formally, in black dress pants, black leather shoes, a white shirt, black tie and a black sleeveless buttoned vest. A knock on his door was heard. "Colonel Garcia, your transport has arrived," said a voice in Spanish on the other side of the door. He grabbed his suitcase and headed for the door. Once opened, he found a soldier standing firmly by the door frame greeting him. Then he could appreciate the place where he was. It was a rustic military base in the middle of the bush. All the buildings were huts. Soldiers were coming and going in pickup trucks, marching and exercising. In front of the cabin, there was a man in a soldier's uniform with a military truck behind him. The now Colonel Garcia approached the man, greeting him with a slight nod. "Hello, mi Coronel, Lieutenant Torres at your service. I am in charge of taking you to the extraction zone. There a helicopter is waiting for us to take you to Bogotá," Lieutenant Torres informed, earning a nod from the colonel who had already stowed his luggage and was getting into the vehicle followed by Torres. When Torres started the vehicle, the music player began to play. "Cuando niño, mi mamá se murió, solito con el viejo me dejo." Accompanied by music, the trip that lasted no more than 10 minutes ended. They arrived at a clear area that served as a heliport. Once there, Colonel Garcia got off with his luggage, approaching the waiting helicopter. "Mi Coronel, I want you to know that it was an honor to fight under your command. I will never forget the times you saved our lives. Good luck on your new journey," Lieutenant Torres said, making the military salute while the colonel put his luggage in. The wavy-haired man looked at the young soldier, recognizing him from many operations where he was under his command. "Good luck to you, kid." Those were the first words spoken of the day by the colonel, who put a hand on the lieutenant's shoulder before boarding the helicopter. As the machine rose, the colonel gazed with dead eyes at the great clusters of jungle fauna. More corpses could be found there than in a cemetery. The brown man's gaze could be mistaken for nostalgia, but nothing could be further from the truth. After a long 3-hour trip, the colonel's eyes caught sight of large buildings and consequently the great metropolitan city of Bogotá. There, where the cold is sinister and the air is so thick that it was hard to breathe, the so-called La Nevera city. The era of quirks had hit Colombia as well as the whole world. When the first case of a superhuman ability was registered in the Andean country in Bogotá, in the year 2026, 1 year after the first case in China. The civil war that it unleashed was of greater magnitude than those that plagued the country in the 19th and 20th centuries. The greatest conflict was between 2030 and 2035, a 5-year civil war that left Colombia without 30% of its population. The so-called Colombian meta-human civil war. After that devastating war, more minor conflicts followed throughout the country until global normalization, where a reformed UNN helped bring order to most countries to regulate meta-human abilities. Between the years 2120 and 2130, after a century of pure chaos where the world's population was reduced by 20%. Currently, there are still conflicts within the country, in addition to a war against its twin country Venezuela that had already lasted 3 years and counting. The helicopter arrived directly at El Dorado Airport, where it was greeted by a very familiar face upon landing. As soon as he got out of the helicopter, he grunted under his breath. In front of him, there was a tall woman, approximately 170 centimeters, white complexion, dark hair and green eyes. The woman was wearing a particular costume, a kind of armor in the purest Amazonian style, with the particularity that the range of colors was that of the Colombian flag. "Did you enjoy the trip, mi Coronel?" the girl asked, with a somewhat mocking tone as she looked at the bearded man with a mischievous smile. Garcia looked at her wearily as he walked with luggage in hand. "Cut the crap, what are you doing here?" he asked with an almost threatening tone, earning a look of fear from the other men in suits who were present. The woman, however, only laughed a little. Can't I come to say goodbye to a friend and colleague? She asked suspiciously without dropping her mocking tone. We are not friends, and I am late for my flight. If that was all, goodbye, said the colonel with weariness, starting to walk with his luggage. The woman did not follow him with her eyes as the man continued walking behind her. Come on, Simone, don't be like that. You see, after today I'm not going to see you anymore, she said, finally turning to the man. The now named Simone paused for a moment and sighed. He looked over his shoulder at the woman. What do you want, Isabella? He asked tiredly, earning a victorious look from the woman, who walked toward him. I told you, say goodbye to a friend, and maybe understand better why one of the country's most powerful heroes is leaving us to go to the other side of the world. The woman's smile was dying as she spoke, finally settling on a neutral gaze and a slightly frown. Simone sighed for the third time that day, thinking for a moment until he finally turned to look at the woman. Dead brown eyes clashed against Isabella's lifelike green ones. I have already done a lot for this piece of land. An opportunity came my way and I took it. It's as simple as that, said the man frankly, without a moment's hesitation. The black-haired woman hardened her gaze a little. Sort of speak, you abandon us in the middle of a war. What could be so juicy that you agreed to go to China? The woman asked in an aggressive tone. This time it was Simone who hardened his gaze. Where I go and why is none of your business, Amazona. You left the jungle years ago, it's time for me to leave it, proclaimed the man, using the girl's hero name. I left the jungle to be the #1 heroine of the country, you're leaving the country, Wavun. She complained to him with a betrayed voice. Isabella Delmar, better known as La Amazona Tricolor, is Colombia's #1 heroine. With her quirk called Enchanted Forest, she is able to manipulate and create flora. Simone grunted tiredly, looking at his cell phone, noting that the time of his flight was very close. Listen, Isabella, I don't have time to argue with you. Think what you want, I've done more for this Hiwaputa country than any other shitty hero. I've been in service for many years, I'm leaving because I earned it. The older man said in a tired and fed-up tone, looking furiously at Isabella. The heroine remained silent, looking thoughtfully at the man. Simone had had enough, and grabbing his luggage again, he set off for his flight, leaving the woman behind. If an opportunity like mine comes your way, take it. Don't waste your life. Goodbye, Isabella, the wavy-haired man finally said without stopping walking, until he finally left the black-haired woman behind. After going through all the filters, Simone finally found himself waiting for his plane, inside a minibar. He drank whiskey while watching the news on the TV. They were showing a report about the top 1 heroes of each country, being as always All Might, Japan, first, followed by Stars and Stripes, United States. The music in the bar accompanied the atmosphere. A los 10 años papa se murió, se fue con mama para el más allá. The report ended with a local comparison between Amazona Tricolor and Stars and Stripes, with the North American sweeping the floor with the South American in terms of statistics. I snorted a little as I finished my whiskey and listened for the call of my plane. Passengers on the flight to Tokyo, please board. Simone made his way to the boarding area, showing his ticket. Fortunately for him, he was in first class, after all it was a 24-plus-hour flight. As he walked to the plane, his cell phone began to ring. Seeing the caller ID, the older man answered. Moshi Moshi. Simone answered in Japanese, in a hoarse voice. He heard a high-pitched laugh from the other end of the phone. Ha ha ha, practicing your Japanese, I see, replied that voice, also in Japanese. The brown-haired man grunted in response. I barely had a couple of months to practice. I hate yout damn language and your stupid kanji, replied the brown-haired man in a rather rushed Japanese. But look how well you pronounce insults, ha ha ha. I can switch to Spanish or English if that's more comfortable for you, replied the voice between guffaws. Simone snorted, finally sitting down in his place, a rather large one with privacy, until a door which he immediately closed. No, I have to practice. Anyway, in one day I will be there, and as there is no direct flight to Musudafu I have to take the train from Tokyo. The Colombian answered slowly, hearing laughter from the other side of the phone, irritating him even more. "Well, I'm glad you're so happy, Simone. I was just calling to check on your commute. I'll be waiting for you." The voice said happily. Yeah, whatever, Rata Caraverga." The brown-haired man answered, saying the last words in Spanish, hanging up the call. Soon he found himself in the air, watching through the window as the great Bogotá metropolis grew smaller and smaller, until it was lost in the clouds. After a couple of hours, while sipping a vodka, he checked the plane's trajectory. He noticed that he had officially left Colombia. He looked out the window, and although he could only see clouds, he imagined that jungle land where he died so many times moving away in the horizon. Something in his chest felt lighter, and taking a last swig of vodka, he leaned back in his bed-like seat, put on some headphones to listen to some music and closed his eyes. No llores nene que tu suerte cambiara, y cuando será. Musudafu, Japan. Not all men are created equal. That was the conclusion that a simple green-haired boy came to, using his life as evidence. In this society full of superhumans, where it is normal to see people with extra limbs, with strange shapes, where there are people able to break steel with their bare hands, able to control fundamental elements of existence as if they were breathing, it is difficult to redefine the concept of normal. Today, 80% of the human population has a quirk, while the other 20% remains as the humans of yesteryear. Already at the beginning of the 21st century, what was considered normal was changing, and with the advent of quirks, the philosophers and thinkers of the following eras were lost in an ocean of doubt. What makes a person normal if everything seems abnormal? If everyone is special, then no one is. Or maybe, what makes you normal is the lack of abnormality. At Aldera Middle School in the city of Musudafu, the same green-haired boy suffered the consequences of his own reflections, confusing and hurting him, both metaphorically and literally. "Bakugo, I think you missed a spot on the left, ha ha ha." The boy who said that was laughing his head off along with his other classmates, all wearing black school uniforms. The reason for the laughter? Another of the students, a spiky-haired blonde, whose red eyes could easily be mistaken for that of a cat lurking in the night, had another student by the legs as he used him as a mop to literally mop the bathroom floor covered in yellowish fluids of disgusting provenance. That boy, with wavy and messy green hair, was trying his best to stand up somehow, failing in the attempt. "Kachan, please stop," the boy said, trembling, trying to look at the blonde with his emerald eyes begging for mercy. Such pleas were answered with a look of pure anger, causing the blonde to carve the red-eyed boy's head harder into the ground. "How many times have I told you to stop calling me that, you Deku? It's Bakugo-sama to you, you waste of air." The blonde student shouted in extreme anger, generating explosions from the palms of his hands to burn the helpless boy's legs. Izuku Midoriya was the name of the victim. Katsuki Bakugo was the name of the victimizer. Why was one being used as a mop and the other enjoying being used as a mop? Simple. Not all men are created equal. Quote, Katsuki had been blessed with a powerful quirk. His sweat was in fact a substance identical to nitroglycerin, hence he could generate explosions with the palms of his hands by blowing up the sweat. "I don't know how many times I'll have to teach you to respect me, Deku. You're so pathetic that you can't follow simple commands. Let's see if with this lesson today you learn that, if I tell you that your hair looks like a mop, then your hair is ing mop." Bakugo spat, generating sparks in his hands, ready for an explosion. The green-haired boy, hearing the explosions, tensed up, and just before he received them, he felt his whole body tremble. He closed his eyes when the explosion finally came, but when the smoke dispersed, Izuku was no longer there, to the confusion of Bakugo and his companions. One eyebrow twitched at Bakugo when he heard a whimper just behind them. Turning around, they all saw Midoriya sitting against the wall, holding his left arm as he groaned in pain. "Tisk, looks like the coward chickened out again," growled the blonde under his breath. "Ha ha ha, look, he hurt his arm again with his own quirk, how stupid," mocked another one of his companions. Izuku was holding his left arm, because it was currently bleeding, staining his uniform. Katsuki snorted and shoved his hands in his pockets, walking towards the exit, being followed by his henchmen. As he passed by the green-haired boy, he tensed up, trembling with fear. I don't even know why I bother to take shit out of you if you're such an asshole yourself that you hurt yourself. You're not even good at being a punching bag, piss hairs. Better kill yourself already, no one will miss you, said the blonde with cold malice, leaving the bathroom while his companions laughed at his new nickname. Izuku stood still for a couple of minutes, afraid that they would come back. Once he noticed that no one else was coming in, he slowly stood up. Rolling up his shirt sleeves, he examined his wound. There was a crack in the flesh of his forearm, which already had several small to medium-sized scars across its length and breadth. With water he cleaned the wound, and took some bandages out of his back pocket, tightly covering the wound and rolling down his sleeve. Izuku looked at herself in the bathroom mirror. His dark circles under his eyes were so pronounced that they almost covered the freckles he had on each cheek. His round face expressed only sadness and anxiety. His hair, normally fluffy, was now soaked with the 1,000 pieces of crap that were in that bathroom. Using the hand soap desperately, Izuku washed his hair as best he could, not proving very effective. He checked his legs and sighed with relief that his uniform had not been burned. Panicking, he remembered something and reached into one of the booths, successfully spotting a book floating in the toilet. He subtly picked it up, shaking it a bit to dry it. The young man had previously lined it, predicting situations similar to the one he had just experienced. The title of the book read, Hero Analysis for the Future. Volume No. 9. With the book in his hands, he carefully walked out of the bathroom, noticing how many students began to look at him. Some with disgust, some with pity, and some with derision. Careful not to get the floor wet, piss hairs. Some students scoffed, but Izuku didn't stop to see who it was. He simply went to get his backpack. To his luck, he was able to leave the school without any trouble. Izuku had always wanted to be a hero. For as long as he could remember, he had been fascinated with the idea of saving people. He fell in love with the idea when, at the age of 4, he saw the video of All Might's debut in Japan. What is now considered the world's mightiest hero was saving people while laughing and smiling. That scene made such an impression on the green-haired boy that being a hero became more than just a dream. The green-haired kid wanted to have his own quirk so he could start his dream of being a hero. So, what happened? He awakened his quirk. Musudafu, Japan, year 2241. When Izuku was 4 years old, he finally started going to his medical sessions that would help him determine what his quirk was, since that age is when people usually awaken their abilities. Every child in the kindergarten already possessed a quirk, and that included his best friend, Katsuki Bakugo, or as he called him, Kachan. Hey, Izuku, when is your quirk going to wake up? Everyone in our class already has one, I'm tired of waiting for you, said the little red-eyed boy, looking fed up with his green-haired friend, who was playing absent-mindedly with a ball with his eyes down. The doctor says that I am going to have a quirk, but that it may take a little longer because of my gene genetics. The green-haired kid told him, catching himself on the last word. The blonde snorted. It says, genetics, you moron. No wonder your quirk is late if you can't even speak properly, you look retarded, spoke the boy smugly, looking down at the emerald-eyed boy, who only felt guilty, feeling his eyes watering. Sorry, Kachan. I promise I'll get my quirk soon so we can be heroes together, excitedly exclaimed the little boy, earning a snort from the blonde. You'd better hope so, Bakugo ended by saying. Weeks passed and Izuku continued to attend his sessions with the doctor. However, his quirk still did not wake up, so the little boy began to get anxious. That situation worried his mother, a beautiful woman who was identical to her son. Same hair and green eyes, although her eyes were a duller green while Izuku's were brighter. Doctor, I know you said that my Izuku-chan was going to get his quirk soon, but several months have already passed and all his classmates got their quirk, explained Mrs. Midoriya, dismayed with the situation. Dr. Tsubasa reviewed his notes and records, looking a little dismayed at the situation, although his reasons differed somewhat from those of the mother. Well, Mrs. Midoriya, your son indeed has everything to awaken his quirk. According to the results of the DNA tests, Izuku-chan possesses the Q gene actively, so he should be able to awaken his abilities at any moment. The doctor explained, showing the results of the little red-haired boy, who did not understand anything except that he was going to get his quirk. But when will it be? The boy asked with a puppy dog look, holding up his All Might action figure. Dr. Tsubasa sighed. It's honestly hard to say when it will happen. The case has me dismayed, which leads me to it being an invisible quirk or a more advanced mutation. After all, physical exams don't reveal that your son will inherit your telekinesis or your husband's fire breathing. We just have to be patient. The doctor finished explaining, leaving the child sad and the mother worried. That night, back home, Izuku spent the whole night watching videos of All Might saving people, wishing with all his strength that his quirk would wake up. The little green-haired boy fell asleep between silent cries, while his worried mother couldn't sleep that night. Days went by, and Izuku tried to go on with his life, but it was difficult as everyone in kindergarten reminded him of his lack of quirk, even calling him quirkless, in a derogatory way. Really, Izuku, I'm starting to think you're lying to us about your quirk. Are you afraid to tell us that you're a pathetic quirkless? The blonde asked mockingly as he, Izuku and a couple of other companions walked through a forest, with him leading the way. It's not like that, Kachan. The doctor said it may take a while because it's a mutation. Stammered the boy, flustered at the teasing of his friends. The doctor said, to me the doctor is just pulling your leg. Face it, you're a Deku. Said the boy mockingly, making everyone laugh. Deku, the green-haired kid asked in confusion. Your name, Izuku, can be read as Deku, the word means pathetic and useless. Katsuki explained with a cheeky grin. Kachan, don't be like that with me. Izuku asked with sadness in his voice, being answered once again with only laughter. The group of children were crossing a huge log that acted as a bridge between its ends. Under the log there was a river. Katsuki, distractedly teasing his green-haired friend while generating explosions to guide the way, stumbled and ended up falling into the river. Kachan, shouted everyone, including Izuku, who watched in slow motion as his best friend fell into the river. The green-haired kid felt a current of energy throughout his body, his eyes stung as he watched the buddy's figure fall into the water. In a moment, he was on top of the log with his other classmates, and in another instant, he felt his feet getting wet and in front of him was Katsuki looking at him with surprise. Izuku, without understanding very well, simply did the first thing his instinct told him. He held out his hand to Bakugo as he looked at him worriedly. Kachan, are you okay? Asked the green-haired kid. Katsuki didn't understand, he stared at Izuku's hand and then at his worried face. To the young blonde, it was an insult that the greenette thought he needed help, especially from someone as pathetic as him. What the F***, I don't need your damn help. Katsuki suddenly shouted, slapping Izuku's hand with a bang. How did you get down there so fast, Midoriya? You were with us a second ago. One of the classmates asked in confusion. I think I saw out of the corner of my eye how Midoriya lit up and suddenly he was down there, as if he had teleported. Said one of the children, fascinated. Izuku then understood as he rubbed his hand. His eyes filled with joy and brightness, and he smiled in the purest way possible. I woke up my quirk. He exclaimed through the air, at Katsuki's angry look. Izuku was quick to rush home. When he told his mom that his quirk had awakened, he burst into tears in her arms. Inko simply cooed to him while giving him tender words that only a mother can say to you. Once in the doctor's office, he went through all the tests, and was even able to teleport 1 meter to his left. His quirk was named as teleportation. In kindergarten, when he tried to demonstrate his quirk to his classmates and teachers, he was able to do it again, this time a couple of meters to the right, leaving his classmates surprised. Everyone seemed pleased with the little greenette. All except one blonde bombshell. Who the F*** cares about your quirk, Deku? That's a coward's quirk, the only thing you can do is run away and that's it, it's pathetic. Exclaimed the blonde, releasing his pent-up fury. But Kachan, I really like my quirk. It can be used to help people, so if someone is in danger, I can go immediately to help, like with you. Exclaimed the boy with emerald eyes, not knowing the mistake he had made. Katsuki's eyes grew redder. Danger. Me. When have I ever been in danger, you loser? You're the busybody who barged in where he wasn't wanted. I didn't need your help. Melting in anger, Bakugo threw a blast into Izuku's face, knocking him to the ground as he clutched his face and screamed in pain. Kachan, why are you hitting me? The little boy asked painfully, and that infuriated the blonde even more. Katsuki grabbed Izuku by the neck and started throwing explosions straight at his face, all to the dumbfounded gaze of his friends and the children in the park. Where's your teleportation, Deku? Dodge, teleport, do something, you useless bastard! Shouted the boy out of his mind, kicking the little boy who was writhing in pain from the burns. Kachan, please stop, you're hurting me, cried the boy, whose face was burned all over, including the collar of his shirt. The sight only enraged the blonde even more, who began to load a more powerful blast into his right palm. With all the sweat he had from the courage, it was going to be easy. He prepared to throw the blast at the poor kid. Die, shouted the blonde. Izuku saw in slow motion the sparks flying from his best friend's palm. He closed his eyes in fear. The explosion was quite big. Katsuki had never done one like it. She immediately complained, shaking his hand. It was so much that he even hurt herself a little. When the smoke cleared, he didn't see Izuku on the floor. Oh, my arm! He heard a scream that made him turn around. A few meters away from where he was, Izuku was on the ground, holding his arm. Izuku had some kind of cut on his left arm, blood was pouring out. Katsuki looked at him confused for a few seconds, watching as one of his friends went in search of an adult and the others were interested in Midoriya. Bakugo snorted and laughed a little. Ha, how pathetic. Your coward's quirk hurts you. Really, Deku, it would have been better if you had stayed quirkless. He said with mockery and malice, pointing at him. Izuku, in his physical and emotional pain, noticed how the other children were now also looking at him with mockery or, failing that, doubt. Since that unfortunate day, Izuku could not use his quirk at will again, only when he was very scared. Most of the times he was scared was because of Katsuki Bakugo. Every time Izuku used his quirk to run away from his supposed friend, half the time he would hurt his left arm or some other random body part. Mommy, can I still be a hero? Asked the crying little boy, bedridden in a hospital bed for the 10th time due to self-inflicted wounds from the use of his quirk. Inko, seeing her broken baby with desperate gaze, didn't know what to say and simply threw herself at her baby to hug him. Oh, my Izuku, my baby, I am so sorry. Cried and apologized the poor lady, while the younger green-haired boy simply looked at nothing with teary eyes and dead expression. He didn't understand why that was happening. No one understood. No one cared enough to understand. Tokyo, Japan, nowadays. Esperando mi suerte quede yo, pero mi vida otro rumbo cogio. Simone took off his headphones after more than 24 hours of flying and listening to the same 20 songs on loop. He finally got off the plane, finding Tokyo to be warm due to the time of year. It was not normal to see a Western mulatto man, and especially not one as intimidating as he was. He passed through immigration without any problems, noticing the surprised look of the agent, who returned his passport and visa with a smile. Welcome to Japan, Garcia-san. He welcomed him, pronouncing his last name in a crude but understandable way. Once he got his things and walked out of the airport to the bus area, his cell phone started ringing again. He didn't have to see the caller ID. I'm here, I'm waiting for the bus you told me about in the messages. The mulatto answered. Oh, that won't be necessary anymore. One of my employees happens to be in the area, he already has to go back to Musudafu, so I asked him to pick you up. I think you'll like traveling by private car better. The laughing voice explained. Simone sighed in relief. Well, I'm already getting stressed out from being looked at so much, it's not like they've never seen a Westerner before. He complained in his coarse Japanese, not caring if they heard him. Well, rather than being Western, I would say it is simply your thunderous presence, Mr. Simone. Said the voice with a laugh. The colonel had had enough. Well, how do I recognize the guy? He asked wearily. Oh, don't worry, he'll recognize you. I have a feeling you'll get along just fine. Or maybe very badly. See you later. With that last, he hung up the call. Simone put away his cell phone and waited patiently. Before long, a plain black car parked in front of me. Curious, the colonel approached as the window rolled down. Simone Garcia, a tired voice asked. He looked at the man. He was a man in his early 30s. He had a tired look, eyes and long black hair and a bit messy, along with a typical Japanese beard, or as Simone would say, a three-hair beard, although by Japanese standards the guy had quite a beard. In addition, he was wearing a kind of gray scarf that looked strange, along with a completely black suit. That's me, says the mulatto, nodding. The man nods and allows him to put his luggage in the trunk. Then he gets into the car in the passenger seat. The man looks sideways at him, analyzing the Westerner. Shota Aizawa, a pleasure. He introduces himself as he starts the car. The brown-haired man nods. My pleasure. Simone answers politely. To the Colombian, his car companion seems very focused. Minutes passed and he could appreciate Tokyo through the window. The city was the perfect metropolis in many ways. How was the flight? Shota asked suddenly after several minutes of silence. I slept most of the time, or at least I tried to. The rest of the time I tried to watch movies, but they beeped. He expressed himself as best he could, but ended up saying a few words in English. Shota seemed to understand him anyway. I see, from what I understand you are going to be learning Japanese, right? The black-haired man asked in English. The mulatto gave up and decided to speak in English. Yes, that and a major in education at Musudafu University, replied the Colombian. Shota nodded in understanding. It's the rational thing to do, you can't teach if they can't understand you, replied the black-eyed man. The interaction between the two died again, so the mulatto decided to close his eyes. Musudafu was approximately 2.5 hours away by car, in Shizuoka Prefecture. The next time Simone opened his eyes, Shota told him that they had arrived in the city. He then saw what was to be his home until further notice. The metropolis did not compare to Tokyo, but it was still quite large without a doubt. Crossing the entire city, the mulatto finally saw a huge building, bigger than any university in Colombia. The UA, Academy for Heroes, the high school that boasts of having educated the best heroes of today in Japan and some of the world, such as All Might and Endeavor. Shota entered through the teacher's parking lot, so they were able to bypass all the filters at the entrance. As the mulatto walked the halls of the school, he would admit that he was quite impressed. After all, he was a man born and died in the jungle, and had not been actively in civilization for years. The students looked at him with nervousness and curiosity, both at the unfamiliar Colombian and the other long-haired man. With both men having unfriendly expressions, it is also not surprising that the young people move out of the way when they see them. Soon we found ourselves in front of the principal's office. Aizawa knocked on the door, being answered by a shrill voice. Am I a bear, a mouse, a dog? My true identity is, the director of the UA, shouted Nezu, the controversial animal that awakened a quirk capable of making him smarter than most humans, as well as being the current headmaster of the UA Academy. Do you have to do that every time you meet someone? Asks Shota in exasperation. The brown-haired man looks with some intrigue at the animal, being the cause of his stay in Japan and the one who had guided him throughout his trip. Finally, we meet, Rada Inmunda, said the mulatto, saying the last in Spanish, earning a laugh from Nezu and a confused look from Shota. Ha ha ha, that's not a nice thing to say to your employer, Colonel, said the director mockingly. Colonel, Aizawa thought curiously, looking at the Colombian. The brown-haired man snorted. Anyway, since we've already introduced ourselves, let's talk about my stay here. The brown-eyed man began to say. Oh, I thought everything was already clear. Nezu replied looking curious. No, not all of it. Suddenly, the temperature in the room seemed to drop as the stranger's gaze hardened. Shota tensed, becoming defensive and almost activating his quirk. However, Nezu raised a paw telling him it was okay. What doubts do you have, Colonel Garcia? Asked the hairy chimera honestly. Simone relaxed his gaze a little. I did my research. Even here in Japan you have a plague in your government. The Hero Public Safety Commission. Your country boasts of having one of the best regulations of professionals in the world, but according to my research, it is a bit far from reality. Simone mentioned, pulling out a folder of information which he tossed towards the director's desk. Nezu proceeded to read it all with an unperturbed gaze. I'm surprised you found all this so quickly, Simone. Nezu said, looking at the man. The Colombian government is corrupt to the core, and ironically has more power than people think, due to its geographical position and wealth in materials. Anyway, what concerns me is this. I'm here to teach some brats how not to die on the battlefield, but I don't want the F******* commission knocking on my door asking for things. Explained the mulatto harshly. Nezu looked at him without losing his composure. Well, Simone-san, since you have a professional hero permit for your stay in Japan, it will not be uncommon for you to be asked to participate in a raid from time to time while performing your duties as a teacher. During the 2 years that you will be studying the language and specialization, you will not be bothered directly, but you will be provided with a temporary permit that will allow you to act as a hero in situations that require it. In addition, because of my heart of gold, even without practicing, you will have a monthly allowance and housing fully paid while you are unable to practice as a teacher. Everything clear, explained the animal with such diligence that all the mulatto could do was nod with a straight back. Roger, he answered simply. Nezu may seem harmless, given his appearance and manner, but there is no doubt that he is a subject to be feared. With nothing more to discuss, Shota escorted the Westerner to the apartment complex where he was to stay. It was close to the academy, which in turn was close to Musudafu University. In that complex most of the AU professors stayed during school times. Once he arrived at the apartment, Shota passed his number to the brown-haired man in case he needed anything and then left. The Colombian stared at his new home. It was simple, but quite luxurious. Good views, air conditioning and heating, a single bedroom, a living room, a bathroom and a study equipped with a desk and computer. The whole apartment was already furnished. In the center of the table, he found the papers he needed for college, read his ID and his class schedule. He sighed and threw them on the table as he leaned back on the couch. He scrubbed his face and looked out the window. After I get old and I have to study, que gonorrhea. The man said to himself, speaking in Spanish in his solitude. He soon decided to take a shower, enjoying warm, quality water and a bath free of fungus and poisonous spiders. As he came out of the bath, he deliberated whether he should go to sleep, but the mulatto was not really sleepy. He decided to go for a walk. He was dressed in a formal black shirt with rolled-up sleeves, black jeans and black boots. The man left his apartment, walking aimlessly. He explored the city, observing the people, the stores and so on, without much interest beyond simply getting acquainted. While buying an apple at a food stall from a friendly lady, he began to feel the earth shake. Earthquake, thought the Westerner. Then he saw the source of the tremor. Through the streets of the city, a 20-meter-tall buddy dressed in a purple and cream-colored suit that matched her hair, was running at full speed towards somewhere. The Colombian noticed the urgency in her look, and confirmed it when he saw some police cars passing in the direction she was going. Interesting. The man whispered, paying for the apple and eating it as I walked to the scene of discord and listened to some music with his headphones on. It certainly didn't take long to arrive, and he wasn't at all expecting what he would see. Ahora me encuentro aquí en mi soledad pensando que de mi vida será, no tengo sitio a donde regresar. Musudafu. Hours before, it had already been established that Izuku Midoriya did not have the best of luck, but today was a day where the green-haired man's patience and little, but very little mental stability was completely broken. Walking home, thankful that he didn't run into his friend again, under a bridge a villain almost killed him. He was made of some sort of green slime, and apparently had the ability to possess body, as that is what he tried to do to the emerald-eyed young man. Apparently, the villain was escaping from All Might himself, who arrived in time to save the boy, putting the muddy villain in a soda bottle. Izuku, impressed by his idol and the autograph he gave him, wanted to ask him a question. Well, young Midoriya, I must be on my way. Evil never rests, and neither do heroes, exclaimed the blonde semi-divine with glee, taking a leap to propel himself into the air. What All Might didn't expect was to see the young brunette clinging to his leg. "Wait, All Might, I need to ask you a question," he exclaimed with anxiety and fear. All Might reflexively tried to shake him off. "Young man, I love my fans, but this is already harassment," shouted All Might, scolding the boy. Wait, if I let go now, I'll fall and die," Izuku explained in desperation, leaving All Might stiff. Neither noticed that a bottle fell out of the burly hero's pocket. All Might landed on the rooftop of a building, ready to go once he left the young man on firm ground. "Wait, All Might, I really need to ask you something. Please," implored the boy, frozen in place as he watched the hero turn his back on him. "Sorry, kid, time is gold," said the hero in a hurry, feeling his body trembling and some steam starting to come off his muscles. Izuku could not pass up this opportunity. All Might was his idol, his inspiration. It is thanks to him that he wants to be a hero who saves everyone with a smile, a symbol of peace. Can someone with a useless, self-destructive quirk be a hero like you? He shouted with all the courage he had, causing the blonde hero to stop suddenly. What do you mean by useless quirk, young man? And self-destructive? The man asked curiously, watching the young man unravel instead. I have a teleportation quirk, but I can only use it when I'm really scared, and every time I use it for some reason I get hurt. I always wanted to be a hero like you, to help people, to save them with a smile. But it's impossible for me to control my quirk. Everyone tells me that I'm useless and that my quirk is for cowards. Even my mother doesn't believe in me. I just want to know if I can be a hero," he cried out at the end with all his heart, shedding tears everywhere. When he looked up, instead of the imposing figure with the golden smile, there was a skeletal and emaciated version of All Might, who also spat a little blood. "All Might, what happened to you? Are you okay?" the brunette asked with concern on his face. He didn't understand if this was the real All Might or just an impersonator, but either way he was someone who was in bad shape and needed help. All Might sighed, pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from his mouth. "I'm fine, kid. Please don't tell anyone about this. You seem like a good kid. Can I trust you?" the gaunt blonde asked. Izuku nodded hesitantly. "Yes, sir. I just don't understand. How did he get that way?" he asked with honest concern. All Might muttered under his breath and lifted up his shirt, revealing a grotesque scar where his stomach should be. 3 years ago, I had the toughest fight of my life with a villain. I beat him, but he left me with this as a souvenir. Half of my stomach and my respiratory system are totally destroyed, irreparable damage. As a result, I can only maintain my hero form about 5 to 6 hours a day, the rest of the time I'm like this," said the blonde, watching how the young man's expression went through various stages, between denial, comprehension and reflection. 3 years ago, I remember you took 2 months off. It was a shock because you had never taken more than a couple of days off. It was because of this, wasn't it? The boy asked. Good connection, my boy. Yes, I had to spend 2 months in rehab. In fact, to this day I still have to go for checkups, explained the number 1 hero. Izuku now saw All Might in a new light of admiration, being able to remain a hero even in his condition. However, he felt that his question had been ignored. All Might then started walking towards the stairs. "Anyway, I trust you not to tell anyone. Oh, and about your question," All Might started to say, gaining Izuku's attention, expectantly. All Might stopped to think for a moment. He had come to see Izuku's wounds while he slept, burns on his face and scars running down his arms. It was unusual for a teleporting quirk to have that drawback. They weren't very common and he could be a good hero, but in this case. He turned to look at the boy. He was so expectant, full of illusions. He really wanted to be a hero, and that's why this hurt All Might more than anyone else. "No, I must protect him from himself," he said to himself. "I don't think you can be a proper hero if that quirk of yours gives you those injuries, kid. You're still young, though. You can try to control it, but if you say you've never been able to, maybe it's smart to think of other possibilities. It's okay to have dreams, but you have to keep them within the realm of possibility," the blonde man advised, who was once again heading for the stairs. without having seen the look on Izuku's face. If you really want to help people, you can be a policeman or even a doctor. God knows we would be nothing without them," said All Might finally, losing himself in the stares, satisfied with his answer. He didn't know that Izuku had stopped listening. He could only hear an irritating ringing in his ears, as if his eardrums would burst from the pressure. Sweat covered his skin as tears covered his cheeks. The young green-haired dropped to the floor in a fetal position. "I'm so sorry, Izuku. It is a coward's quirk. You should have stayed quirkless. Pathetic, pitiful waste of oxygen. Better kill yourself already, no one will miss you. I don't think you can be a proper hero." Izuku stood there for so many minutes that he didn't even notice when he stopped crying. The poor boy whose life was converging in misfortune no longer had any emotion on his face. He slowly got up and approached the grating. He saw his reflection distorted in the metal, a strange shape that resembled his face, and for some reason he found it familiar. Ah! He clutched his hair in a cry of despair, and with bloodshot eyes began to pound his bare fist against the metal bars. He imagined Bakugo beating him every day just for wanting to be a hero. His knuckles were bleeding. He felt a stabbing pain in his left arm, remembering the self-inflicted wound. That made him angrier, and as a consequence he ended up forcing more blows with his left arm, worsening his knuckles and the wound on his forearm. He continued punching and shouting furiously. "Why me?" he screamed out of sheer desperation. One punch broke his right knuckles. Another punch broke the fence. Just another punch cracked left knuckles. Wanted. He headbutts the fence, causing a wound to his forehead. To help, he started throwing random punches between fists and kicks. People. Dry blow. Silence. Izuku was left gasping for breath. As the adrenaline left his body, he began to feel pain in his hands and head. He then noticed that he was bleeding from his forehead as well. As best he could, he bandaged his hands and forehead, almost automatically. He stood on the edge of the rooftop, looking out over the city, looking down. He was so far gone that he didn't even get vertigo, quite the contrary, he found only desire in the image. For a moment, he imagined his body sprawled on the sidewalk, with people passing by him looking at him with disgust as if he were a rotting dead mouse. Just one step, and that's it, isn't it? He began to talk to himself, debating on the juicy idea of simply stopping thinking. It had taken many years. The Greenette boy had never thought of that possibility, no matter how many times Bakugo told him to do it or he tried to do the job himself. At the age of 13, Izuku Midoriya considered suicide for the first time. Dubitatively, he tried to step forward, but could not. He was afraid. "Even for this I am a coward. Kachan was right, he is always right about me," he whispered with sadness in his voice, as an apathetic smile appeared on his lips. "I will never be a hero," he concluded in a hushed voice as he looked out over the city. Then he heard an explosion that pierced his eardrums. Very close to the building where he was, he could see smoke rising a few streets away. "What's going on?" he asked himself quietly. Despite his mental state, something in him told him he had to go and see. He quickly descended the stairs, and followed the group of curious people who were also going to see what was happening. In a narrow street, something in the middle was generating fiery explosions that burned the whole area under the expectant gaze of civilians and some heroes. Kamui Woods, a hero whose body was made of wood, being able to generate it, cried helplessness at not being able to fight fire. Death Arms, a hero with super strength quirk, claimed not to be able to get close with fire. The other heroes claimed not to have adequate quirks to face the monster in the middle. It was the sludgy villain, the sludge villain. He had possessed the body of a middle school student. Said student was fighting to regain control, but was being choked by the villain. The student was Katsuki Bakugo. His quirk, Explosion, was being used by that villain to confront the heroes. People were screaming for him to be saved. The heroes were calling for more support on the radio. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku saw a familiar figure. It was All Might in his emaciated form, holding his wound as he looked on helplessly. "I'm so pathetic," hero number 1 said to himself, feeling helpless. "This is all my fault," the young green-haired boy said to himself. It wasn't hard for him to deduce that, Thanks to him, the bottle containing the sludge villain fell out of All Might's hands and somehow ended up finding Bakugo. Izuku wasn't in the best state of mind. That boy there had tortured him, made him feel like his life wasn't worth shit, and for some reason Izuku still considered him a friend. He didn't want him to die, but there was nothing he could do. Then he saw him straight in the eyes, fighting the muddy villain. Those red eyes that had haunted him in nightmares, that made him tremble as soon as he looked into them. Those red eyes were asking for help. Something was triggered inside Izuku again. No matter how many times you break a hero's spirit, Kachan, it will always put the pieces back together, to pick itself up. In an instant, Izuku was right on top of the foul criminal, with Bakugo looking at him with shocked eyes along with everyone else who had just seen a child materializing in front of danger. Izuku felt no pain on any side of his body. He came out of his surprise and took the advantage he had to throw his backpack at the villain's uncovered eye, causing pain in it. Then the green-haired kid began to dig in tears, with his hands still covered with bandages full of blood, while Katsuki looked at him between surprise and anger. What the F*** are you doing, Deku? I didn't ask for your F***ing help. He shouted with a broken voice. Emerald Eyes looked up at him with tears in their eyes, and a frightened, nervous smile appeared on the freckled boy's face. Your eyes? They looked like they were asking for help, said the young man simply, still trying to pull the blonde out. In the crowd, a skeletal blonde man watched the scene in utter shock, having heard the young man's words. My quirk is teleportation, but everyone says it's a cowardly and useless quirk. I can only activate it if I'm really scared, and sometimes it hurts me. I am pathetic, the symbol of peace said to himself, watching a wounded child fly over supposed professional heroes, including himself. I don't think you can be a proper hero. I said that to protect him. No, I'm just a king hypocrite. All Might was on the verge of collapse, in anger with himself as steam began to pour out of his muscles. In the scene, the villain had recovered from the blow, throwing a blast at Izuku that hit him squarely. I've had enough of you, you stupid king kid. The villain shouted angrily, about to throw a huge explosion at the bruised teenager. Izuku saw everything in slow motion, felt a tingle and his eyes stung. A huge explosion was heard. To the villain's surprise, Izuku was nowhere to be seen. Then he felt something hit his head. The greenette was behind him, his body battered by the first explosion was exhausted. The villain looked at him angrily. I'm going to kill you, you king waste of air. He shouted mercilessly, about to launch an explosion. Izuku saw it coming a kilometer away, but he was too tired and badly hurt. He wasn't going to be able to dodge or teleport, even if he wanted to. The green-haired boy closed his eyes waiting for the end. I'm so sorry, Mom. I never got to be a hero to anyone, I'm just so pathetic. Unbeknownst to him, All Might's thoughts crossed those of the young man whose dreams he had shattered, but just as he was about to leap into action, he noticed that young Midoriya was not there once again. Did he teleport again? All Might wondered. The muddy villain growled in anger, thinking that once again the booger had mocked him. What he didn't expect was to see a tall, burly figure carrying the small, almost unconscious body of the emerald-eyed boy. That figure was in front of Mt. Lady, who had just arrived, but claimed to be unable to do anything because the street was so narrow. Miss Giant, take care of the boy, he said calmly, placing the child in the girl's giant palm. Izuku watched the burly man, seeing him as a blur. All Might, whispered the little boy, but then he noticed the face well, it wasn't All Might, but he might as well have been before his eyes at that moment. Moments before, Simone expected everything except watching a child do the work of adults. He was disgusted to see the professionals frozen while a teenage brat teleported and received blasts for the other child. So, he took matters into his own hands. It's a shame that even in Japan this kind of thing happens. He whispered as he left the child in Mt. Lady's hands. Wait, who are you? Civilians cannot participate in situations handled by heroes. Kamui Woods scolded him. Simone glared at him with such fury that he had to resist snapping his neck. From his back pocket he pulled out his provisional license and showed it. In the first place, I'm not a civilian. Besides, for a situation handled by heroes, I don't see any heroes handling it. He exclaimed in his crude but direct Japanese. The colonel turned to the villain, who indeed looked furious. Who do you think you are, you *****ing bastard? Die, he shouted, throwing a direct blast at the mulatto. Smoke rose along with the fire, but as the dirt cleared, the brown man was not there. Did you say something, you filthy hiwaputa? Growled a voice behind the villain, uttering a word he didn't understand, but did feel. Simone was quick to deliver a direct blow to the eyes that made the villain dumb. Katsuki looked at the man towering over the villain. He was like a beast. His gaze hard, his eyes devoid of mercy. Simone reached into the villain, and grabbing the blonde by the neck he began to pull him with mammoth force. The muddy villain got scared and in a desperate attempt, with his two hands generated a point-blank explosion that hurt both him and his prey, but he hoped to have damaged the beastly man. But the colonel was there, in the same position, looking the same way. His shirt was burned, yes, but otherwise there was not a wound. With a grunt, he yanked the blonde boy as he propelled himself backward, delivering a shattering kick to the villain, of such magnitude that it scrambled his jelly-like brain. With the blonde freed, the chestnut threw him away towards the crowd where the supposed heroes were. The villain, finding himself without his power, looked at the beastly man in fear as he tried to strike or seize him. Only to be met with a series of fists to his head and eyes that sent him flying. The sludge villain lay unconscious on the floor. Simone sighed as he watched the heroes now move in to apprehend the villain while the firefighters put out the fire. All this was seen by Izuku, who had regained full consciousness, staring fascinated at the unknown man. While Katsuki, still dazed from being held captive, looked at the mulatto with anger and confusion. Meanwhile, All Might watched helplessly from afar. Someone acted before him, the #1 hero, the symbol of peace. He could move no faster than a teenager and an unknown hero. Si el destino me vuelve traicionar, te juro que no puedo fracasar. Estoy cansado de tanto esperar. While the police questioned Simone and verified his identity, Izuku was treated quickly, being scolded by the other professional heroes. While Bakugo, with no major injuries, was congratulated for holding on like a hero. Soon the press filled the area, all trying to get statements from the new hero. I don't know Japanese. These were his statements. Izuku took advantage of this to slip away and walk away, unaware that he was being followed by Bakugo. The brown man saw this out of the corner of his eye and began to slip away from the press. He didn't notice how a skeletal blonde man was relentlessly searching for a greenette boy. As Izuku walked, his adrenaline calming down, he began to feel the stinging of all his wounds, but it didn't matter. I don't know why I get my hopes up, even All Might said so, I can't be a hero. I only served to distract the heroes. He chided himself, simply wishing the day would end as twilight appeared in the sky bathing the streets in nostalgic orange hues. Deku, you filthy bastard. Izuku couldn't react when he felt an explosion at his back, and when he turned around there they were. Those crimson eyes full of anger. Bakugo grabbed him by the neck and began punching him in the face and kicking him in the belly mercilessly until he threw him to the floor, where he began to vent his anger with fists. You think you're better than me. Ever since we were kids you've always thought you were the big shit, but you're nothing. I didn't need to be saved. I didn't want to be saved. I just want you to *****ing die and get the ***** out of my way. Every scream was a blow. Izuku no longer registered the pain. Again, the ringing in his ear. He felt his body getting heavy, he could no longer move a muscle. Then he felt nothing, and the next thing he heard was a whimper from Bakugo. That burly hero had kicked Katsuki with such force that he knocked out a tooth and sent him flying into a wall. The blonde glared at him angrily, his hands sparking. I recommend you not to do that. I'm a foreign hero with permits in Japan. Not only did I just see you beating to death a civilian, who also happens to be someone who saved your *****ing life, but also, if you attack me, it will be considered assault on a public official. That on your record would put you on the blacklist of hero schools, wouldn't it? The man told him in a calm voice and somewhat crude Japanese. That was enough for Katsuki to hold back. He was trembling with anger or fear, maybe both. Eventually, he shoved his hands in his pockets and walked away without a word. All before the adult's stern gaze. Kid, can you talk? Simone asked, dismayed about the green-haired boy's condition. The young man was a mess. Yes, I thank you for saving me, the emerald-eyed boy managed to say, trying to sit up. Simone analyzed him closely. This child was more mentally destroyed than physically. One yo si mi medo en maricadas. He whispered in Spanish. Kid, that was stupid what you did back there. Honestly, it was a miracle you didn't die. The man started to say. Izuku ducked his head. He was going to get a scolding. But, you were undoubtedly the most heroic of all. Those words made him raise his head with wide eyes, looking at the man with the bumps on his cheeks. He was looking at him sternly, but calmly at the same time. All those useless guys who called themselves heroes couldn't get off their asses, and you, a brat who can't even control his quirk, did more than all of them. You've got guts, kid. The Colombian congratulated him. Izuku was in shock. A complete stranger told him he had done something heroic. I'm sorry, Izuku, I don't think you can be a proper hero. Sir, do you think I can be a hero? Izuku asked without fear or stuttering in his voice, looking directly into the man's brown eyes. The emerald and the coffee met. The Colombian man looked firmly at the Japanese boy. At the time, I didn't understand. Simone uncrossed his arms and leaned a little to Izuku in an almost threatening manner, without breaking eye contact, and uttered a few words that the greenette boy would always remember. I don't know, can you? Those were not the words I always wanted to hear. Izuku began to cry while clutching his chest. He had finally broken down. All under the watchful eye of the cafetero. The only constant in life is change. From the moment you are born, your very existence changes everything, affects everything. That's why the romance in the phrase, one person can make a difference, often moves away from the corny and closer to the scientific, like a seemingly indeterminate limit that ends up converging. One person can be the value that changes everything, whether for better or worse. At a young age, a little brown-haired girl was to understand the concept of change in the face of a small variation. The small variation was her. The girl with bright brown eyes remembered her parents' smiles, so contagious that it was impossible not to inherit them. She remembered the tranquility on their faces, the satisfaction at mealtime. She remembered her father's happiness the first time she unintentionally broke something with her newly awakened genetic ability. Such smiles were so susceptible to change, so variable, so weak at the core. The little chubby-cheeked girl would never forget the day she understood how fragile a smile was. She could not sleep. She tossed and turned in the blankets restlessly, feeling as if the moonlight was burning her skin. In her childish desperation, she decided to go out in search of parental affection and comfort. As she approached the living room, where the lights were on, she wanted to enter like a spoiled child in search of hugs, but a sentence stopped her in her tracks. I don't know what we are going to do, honey. Every month it's getting harder to pay the workers and I don't think the bank will give us another loan. The little girl did not understand very well what her father was explaining, but she did manage to sense the sadness and weariness in his thick voice. Peeking through the door, she noticed her parents with their backs to her, with the sweet lady that was her mother caressing her father's broad back. I know it's getting harder and harder to get a job, love. But I trust you, and so does our daughter. I'll go back to work if I have to, everything will be fine. The sweet voice of the older brunette was trying to reassure her trembling husband. The little chestnut just watched the situation, not knowing if she should interfere. What bothers me the most is that everything got horrible after our baby girl was born. The little girl did understand those words. She was an intelligent child after all. However, perhaps the sad and slightly annoyed tone in which her father expressed himself caused an idea to form in the brown girl's mind. An idea that would haunt her forever. The little variation that changed everything in her parents' lives was her. And it was not for the better. If she was a limit, then she was indeterminate. She had no value. She made the equation diverge. The equation of her parents' happiness was now indeterminate because of her. The little girl, tearfully, took a step back, plunging into the darkness of the night and the gloom of her innocent thoughts. If she heard what her beloved progenitor said next, she either doesn't remember or didn't care. I feel so guilty. I wanted to give the best possible life to my princess. Perhaps if her little heart had registered those last words with the same force, she would not have fallen asleep that day in silent tears. As the days went by, it became clear to her that her parents could no longer hide her bad situation from her. Still, they always smiled for her. Little did they know that she saw them crying at night. Taki, Mie Prefecture, Japan, 2250. A person's life story is not always fantastic. Not everyone has a tragic story worthy of a book or an inspirational story worthy of a motivational movie. Ordinary people usually have ordinary stories, but can't the ordinary become beautiful? After all, every fantasy requires a touch of the mundane. The newly awakened brown-haired girl would consider her life to be far from impressive. She was getting up from her normal bed, in her normal teenage room. She could see some posters of the space heroine, 13, and a couple of figurines on her shelves. The young brunette got ready for her new monotonous day at school. As she came out of the bathroom, already dressed in her middle school uniform, she looked at herself in the mirror with the same expression as every day. An incessant doubt marked on her round face. The girl looked at herself from head to toe. Her legs and waist were what caught her attention the most. She saw the scale on the floor, hesitantly stood on it and measured her body mass. Upon seeing the number, the look on her face was indescribable. For ordinary teenagers, ordinary worries and ordinary insecurities, right? The girl ended up sighing and finished combing her hair, while casually holding her pinky finger up so it wouldn't touch her brush. Once she was done, she looked at herself in the mirror again, and after a few breaths, she gave a bright smile that was in total contrast to her attitude from a few seconds ago. She grabbed her bag and left her room. Outside, in the dining room, her parents were already eating breakfast. "Good morning, Tu-chan, Ka-chan," she greeted with renewed energy and happiness her two progenitors, who looked at her with equally warm smiles. The young girl couldn't help but think of the pain behind those curved lips. "Good morning, princess, how did daddy's favorite girl wake up?" greeted the man of the house with tons of affection, receiving a good morning hug from his daughter, who blushed at her father's words. Her mother just watched the scene laughing lightly. "Tu-chan, don't call me that anymore. I'm not 5 years old anymore," the young girl complained with embarrassment, earning a laugh from her parents. "What are you talking about? You will always be my little Ochako," replied the grown man with a smile. The now named Ochako could only pout as she took a seat to eat her breakfast. When she finished, she said goodbye to her parents and headed to school. Ochako lived in the small town of Taki, Mie Prefecture, a very rural place surrounded by nature. The population of Taki did not exceed 30,000. It didn't take long for the young brunette to arrive at Rosario Middle School, where she was currently in her first year. Students were crowded at the entrance, in the halls of the school, all talking and laughing with carefree looks on their faces. Ochako had a distracted look on her face as she arrived at her classroom, where upon seeing her friends, she smiled brightly and greeted them energetically. One girl turned to look at Ochako, making a jaded face at the sight of the cheeky young woman. "Hey, Uraraka, be careful walking so hard, you're going to deform the classroom with your gravity," suddenly blurted out the young girl with a mocking tone, miming with her hands to form a circle while looking at Ochako, who looked at her with confusion when the girl's friends started to laugh. Then the young chestnut girl realized what the other was referring to. "He, yes, I should eat less," was all Ochako could manage to say, laughing nervously as she hid her pain behind her nonchalant act. Her response only earned more laughter and a snort from the young woman who had insulted her. "Peef, that's an understatement. It's too bad your quirk won't let you lose weight without ending up flying up into the stratosphere, although that doesn't sound like a bad idea to me." She continued to spew venom at the young woman, so Ochako simply sat with her back to her, trying to ignore the laughter. One of her friends put a hand on her shoulder, comforting her. "Don't listen to her, she's envious. That was all she told her. The chestnut only nodded and sighed, calming down to go back to her energetic mode. After a few classes in which Ochako didn't really pay much attention, it was time for recess. Hungry, she decided to go to the cafeteria and, like every day, was thankful that in Japan school lunches are free. She literally had nothing in her wallet but a few yen that would barely buy her a cup of tea. Although she had friends, Ochako didn't really feel close to them, so it was normal for her at lunchtime to go to a secluded place to eat. She picked up her tray of food, and as she touched it with her 5 fingers, which on her fingertips had a kind of cat-like pad on them, a pink flash could be noticed and suddenly she did not feel the weight of her tray. Ochako Uraraka's quirk was special, she had called it zero gravity. She could take the weight off things she touched with her 5 fingers, and returned gravity to them by bringing the fingers of her hands together at the same time. In short, she had some level of control over one of the fundamental forces of nature, which was quite impressive. According to her quirk advisor, her power was a mutation not closely related to her parents' quirks. Her progenitor had a very mild strength enhancement quirk, he could carry almost twice his weight, while her mother had a quirk that allowed her to relax people by touching them with her 5 fingers in immediate effect. Ochako set out to eat under a tree, returning gravity to her tray. She couldn't help but think about her parents. Years had passed and the situation wasn't getting any better. After all, having a construction company in the middle of a small town was always complicated. Apparently, shortly before her birth, the town had gone through a few expansionist years, where many companies had invested to build shopping malls, residential buildings, houses, etc. Her father's company had landed a couple of contracts. They did the job well. However, the investing companies began to hire other nationally known construction companies, leaving her parents without contracts just 2 years after her birth. Ochako had never forgotten that night when she heard those words. She knew that her parents loved her, and perhaps that was what hurt her the most. To know that they sacrificed so much to be able to give her a decent life. Taki, Japan. A couple of years ago. At the Uraraka house, it was a quiet night as usual. The picture was the same. Nobara Uraraka and Sosuke Uraraka were chatting about finances, supporting each other and trying to get ahead for their daughter. However, that night the stocky and usually serene man couldn't handle the pressure, and before his wife could use her quirk on him, he began to sob. Little Ochako, 8 years old, was peering through the half-open door. It had become a ritual for her. She felt she had a responsibility to at least be aware of the real situation at home. Since her parents didn't give her all the details, the cheeky chestnut had to know. After all, to her thinking, it was all her indirect fault. She had always admired the strength of her parents, and in her 8 years of life she had never seen her father cry in misfortune. Something snapped inside the little girl, and with conviction she opened the living room door for the first time. The sound alerted the 2 adults. Sosuke wiped away tears quickly and they both turned to look at their daughter with concern. "Chako, honey, what are you doing up at this hour?" asked the older brunette looking at her daughter. Ochako was crestfallen and did not answer for a few seconds. Her parents were about to ask again, until she looked up, showing her watery eyes and pained expression. "Tu-chan, Ka-chan, let me help you, please," the little girl begged with her torn voice. The 2 older Browns looked at their daughter in confusion, until they both understood. "Ochako-chan, were you listening?" her father asked calmly. The little chestnut squeezed her eyes tightly shut and looked to the side. "Yes, I have been listening to you for years. I know the situation is worse than you tell me. I am no longer a child. With my quirk I can help them. I can lift heavy things," the girl began to explain with desperation and stammering before the soft gaze of her parents. They both looked at each other slightly before smiling sadly. Sosuke approached his trembling and sobbing little daughter, getting down on his knees and stroking her fluffy hair. Ochako looked up at her father with tears in her eyes. "Princess, I appreciate that you want to help us, but this is not your responsibility. I don't want you to put aside your dreams for us," he said to his daughter with kindness and cooing. Little Ochako was conflicted. She wanted to tell them that she did feel it was her responsibility. She wanted to cry out her feelings of distress that she had kept hidden in her small childish body, but seeing her father's smile and her mother's affectionate gaze, she could not do so. All the younger brunette could do was throw herself into her father's protective arms and cry her eyes out. Sosuke just tucked her into his arms and never stopped stroking his daughter's hair. Nobara soon joined in the embrace, stroking Ochako's back to soothe her. The little gravity manipulator ended up falling asleep in her parents' arms. After that night, Ochako did not have the strength to confront her parents again, but she did set herself the goal of finding a way to help them. One day, while watching the news, they were broadcasting a catastrophe caused by a villain whose quirk made the earth vibrate like an earthquake. It collapsed a residential building. The Uraraka family watched the events with concern, but then on the scene a hero was seen arriving in some kind of thick white space suit. It could be seen as he beeped up large debris with his hands, making it disappear to allow the rescue of several people. Ochako saw something she would never forget. A woman who was rescued by that hero, despite how hurt she was, threw herself into the hero's arms while crying, but with a bright smile. All around her, everyone was smiling at the scene. The little chestnut looked at her parents and they were smiling too. Ochako began to smile as well. The name of that hero, or rather heroine, was 13, the space heroine. Like any normal child, Ochako was inspired by the actions of someone exceptional. Ochako then knew how she wanted to help make her parents happy. The little girl looked at her fingers, specifically the cat pads that allowed her to manipulate gravity. With childlike innocence she imagined herself being a heroine moving rocks and debris from people in danger, all to make them happy. She looked back at her parents and imagined them smiling at her possible heroic acts. I will make them happy. Little Ochako thought with determination. Taki, Mie Prefecture. Nowadays. In the midst of her reflection, Ochako did not notice that shadows began to cover her. By the time she realized it, it was too late, and from one moment to the next her tray of food ended up on the floor, with all the food scattered on the grass. The young brunette was stunned for a few seconds, before noticing that in front of her was a group of students, in which was the same classmate who had insulted her. So, this is the first-year hero candidate, huh? You were right, I don't see how someone with so much fat can be a hero. A student scoffed. Ochako recognized him as a third year. Next to him, her classmate Bully was laughing at the boy's comment along with his other friends. Excuse me, I was eating that, was all the chestnut could say in a meek voice, looking sadly at her spilled lunch. Her words elicited a snort from the third-year student and the other girl. Of course, all you care about is being able to swallow, as if you need to eat that much. Or is your quirk like fat gums? I thought her quirk was something to do with gravity, mentioned the student mockingly, looking doubtfully at his friend, who just scoffed. The gravity girl floats everything she touches. What she eats like a cow is already on her own, explained the schoolgirl in a jocular tone. Ochako just kept silent while the young men made hurtful comments, pulling a lock of her hair. The chestnut clenched her teeth, and quickly began to grab her things to leave. As she was getting to her feet, the third-year boy grabbed her arm. Wait, it's rude to leave someone talking to themselves, he said with a laugh. Ochako just looked at him out of the corner of her eye. Let me go, please, I don't want any trouble, she said in a low but slightly firmer voice. The older boy arched an eyebrow and scoffed. Wow, I thought you wanted to be a hero. Heroes run away from trouble. How pathetic. In the entire history of this town there's never been a hero come out of here, at least not one worth remembering. Now some random brat who can't even carry her own fat thinks she can be a hero. Go to the UA Academy. No shit, the young man exclaimed wearily, pouring out his thoughts with honest frustration in his voice, but without leaving out the mocking touches. Ochako felt her patience running out and yanked the boy off of her. The brown girl was now really angry as she looked at the student and his friends. I don't know what your problem is with me, but I'm going to be a hero, no matter what it costs me. I don't need you guys to tell me what I can and can't do. The chestnut growled under her breath, as she settled her things and started to walk. Also, don't ever touch me again, she said specifically to the third-year boy. Ochako began to walk shakily. P.F. In addition to fat, tight. With that shitty attitude you won't even be a hero and be alone for the rest of your life. The boy finally blurted out, after recovering from the shock. Ochako heard him clearly, stopping for a moment, clenched her fists and kept walking, trying to ignore the laughter. Did you see her ass? It's so fat that the skirt barely covers it. How disgusting. What's with those weird things on her fingers? It must feel awful to be touched. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. Ochako quickened her pace trying to get away from the voices. Her previous anger was gone, leaving her helpless and teary-eyed. The poor girl held her hair trying to lessen the pain. These types of situations were more common than she would like to admit. It turns out that proclaiming in your first year that you want to be a hero was seen as an insult among the student body. She would like to say that she had gotten used to it after so many months, but the reality was that she felt she was putting up with less and less. She only put up with it because she didn't want her parents to worry. For Ochako, it wasn't like she was being harassed in horrible ways either. She was never really physically abused, it was mostly comments, and it was only from a select group of resentful people. The chestnut was neither popular nor unpopular, she was seen as a normal teenager. At first, Ochako simply ignored the comments that criticized her for wanting to be a hero in a town where there wasn't even a hero academy and where a professional hero hadn't emerged in over 50 years. As the months passed, seeing that the comments didn't hurt her much, the young people began to get more personal. The brunette was a growing girl, currently 12 years old. As a child she was always a bit chubby, especially her face which was round with large cheeks, and the fact that she was quite short in height didn't help. Since entering puberty she had not grown much, currently measuring 145 centimeters. Like all teenagers, her body began to mature, especially in the chest area, which led to a lot of teasing from her girl classmates and uncomfortable looks from some of her boy classmates. Because of all of the above, comments regarding her weight were a daily occurrence. She started to become a bit obsessed with it, weighing to herself practically every day, seeing how her weight ranged between 35 and 38 kilograms, which was actually healthy for her age and height. However, this didn't seem to matter to people, and she was not comforted by that fact either. Ochako walked crestfallen to class, trying to hide her body with her books. Luckily for her, the rest of the academic day went by without a hitch. The only bad thing was that she had been left hungry. After leaving school, she decided to walk around town, strolling through the parks and casually looking for something to eat. Eventually she stumbled upon a pastry store, and the mochis they had for sale caught her attention. In that store, a very particular song was playing. Take me to the magic of the moment on a glory night. Ochako's stomach roared at the sight of the mochis. They even had strawberry ones, her favorite. The chestnut loved those pastries. Her parents always bought them for her every time they went out and she also got them whenever she could. The chestnut reached for her wallet and looked sadly at the fact that she could indeed buy a mochi, but she would be left with very little. Ochako easily fumbled around for more than 10 minutes, earning strange looks from the vendor. Soon after, Ochako was walking away from the store while eating a strawberry mochi, not without a guilty expression on her face. This guilt was tempered by the delicious taste of the pastry. She found a nice spot in the middle of a rose garden. There was a lonely bench where he decided to pass the time while she finished eating her cupcake. As she ate, she appreciated the flowers swaying in the wind, until she noticed a beautiful monarch butterfly that landed on the back of her hand. The girl's brown eyes watched the flying insect with almost childlike curiosity, noting the beautiful, almost golden patterns on its wings. Ochako felt fascinated and attracted to the way those geometric lines seemed to dance to the rhythm of the slight movement of the creature's wings. "How pretty you are! I wish I could be as pretty as you," whispered the brown girl, her autumn-colored eyes sparkling as she watched the winged creature dance through her hand. Finally, that butterfly began to fly, fluttering around Ochako as she followed it with her eyes. Each flutter of the butterfly seemed to leave a trail of light, as if it was guiding her to some destination. "I wonder, if I could fly like you, would it change things?" She whispered a question addressed to that insect, as if she really hoped to get an answer. Ochako watched the monarch flutter away. "Musutafu, Shizuoka Prefecture. You sure know how to make a good entrance, don't you?" Ha ha. Simone Garcia was currently in Director Nezu's office, watching him gloat while his computer screen displayed news of the incident that had occurred earlier that day. Unknown foreign hero saves the lives of 2 students. Beautiful mulatto westerner makes his debut on the heroism scene. Ha 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 ha. Looks like you already have fans, Colonel. Boasted the animal with quirk reading the news headlines. The Colombian could only grunt in disgust. Odio mi hijueputa vida. The mulatto declared in Spanish, looking out the window. It was the night of the same day he had saved the lives of those 2 boys. He kept thinking about that young man with green hair. You seem conflicted, Colonel. Is there something you haven't told me yet? Nezu asked, calming his jocular tone. Simone looked at the animal and sighed. I'm thinking of one of the brats I saved, the green one. He obviously couldn't control his power, not to mention how ed up his mental state was. Tried to explain the mulatto, switching to English mid-sentence. Nezu understood and began to type. His state of mind, you say? Nezu asked absent-mindedly. Simone grabbed a bottle of whiskey that Nezu had brought out for him and poured himself a glass, drinking it immediately. Typical case of broken self-esteem, deep depression and stuff. The other blonde brat seems to be his stalker. When I followed the green one, I found the explosive kid literally beating the crap out of him while yelling at him that he didn't need his help. Explained the army veteran tiredly, taking another swig of whiskey. Nezu stopped typing. Izuku Midoriya, 13 years old, quirk, teletransportation. Katsuki Bakugo, 13 years old, quirk, explosion. They both attend the same school. You say that young Bakugo is bullying young Midoriya? Nezu asked after sharing the information he had found. He rather seemed to hate it. The Midoriya boy also had many bandages along his arms, old scars. I wouldn't rule out domestic abuse, maybe he even hurt himself. The man finished explaining. Nezu looked at Simone with an indescribable look. I understand that you share this information with me, however, I don't understand the reason. You know that you can't take cases with your provisional license if you want to investigate the boy's life. Nezu asked, looking at the Colombian. Simone looked at him with some hesitation and took another drink before continuing. I gave the kid my number, told him I was going to help him with his quirk. Said the mulatto finally. There was silence in the room. Nezu was looking directly at the man, as if assessing the situation. Interesting. That was all the director could manage to say. Nezu looked directly at Simone, questioning him with his eyes. The boy needs help with his quirk. It is obvious that he did not receive advice. Teleportation quirks are usually very intuitive for their user, however, the boy's quirk is so difficult for him that it even hurts him. Simone explained. I see, I understand your rationing. However, I must ask. Why? Nezu said, hesitantly. Simone fiddled a bit with his glass of whiskey, slightly observing his distorted reflection. I think it would be good training for me. I'll be teaching here in 2 years. If I can teach that kid to be at least a decent fighter, then I'll be ready for a classroom of 20 brats. Simone finished explaining. Nezu gave him an indescribable look, until he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Yes, I'm sure it will be a great preparation for you. All right, Colonel, I will allow you to train young Midoriya. Nezu exclaimed with excitement. The colonel nodded, getting up so he could return to his apartment. After all, it was quite late. Oh, by the way, what will you do with the explosive kid? With his ego and skills, he will surely try to apply to the UA. Letting someone with those attitude problems be a hero would be annoying, don't you think? Asked the colonel to the academy director. Nezu was typing on his computer. Don't worry, I've already made notes on his file. For the moment, we can't deny his application to the UA, but I'll have a scout keeping an eye on him for the next 2 years. The animal with quirk explained, earning a nod from the Colombian. Arriving at his apartment compound, he found the familiar face of Eraserhead in the lobby, dressed in casual clothes with his hair tied in a ponytail. Beside him, 2 more people accompanied him. One tall woman with purple hair and a rather voluptuous figure, the other was an even taller blonde man who had a very extravagant topknot. Good evening, he greeted in a general manner, as is customary in Colombia, and gave a slight nod to Shota, who returned it. The woman and the man next to him followed the mulatto with their eyes, until he was lost in the elevator. "Hey, Eraser, is that the new teacher trainee you were talking about?" The blonde man, who answered to the name of Hisashi Yamada, better known as Present Mike, asked effusively. Shota just nodded at his friend's question while reviewing some academic documents. "Wow, you didn't tell us he was a Westerner, and a mulatto one at that. He has that vibe that I love. Do you know where he's from?" asked the woman with purple hair and blue eyes with a seductive tone. She answered to the name of Nimari Kayama, better known as Midnight. "I think he's from Colombia, a colonel or something," Shota mentioned absent-mindedly. Nimari put one of her hands to her mouth as she licked her lips. "A Latino, huh, I haven't tasted one of those in a while," the blue-eyed woman declared, earning a weary look from her two male companions. "Please, Nimari, don't scare away the new listener teacher," begged the blonde, knowing the tricks of his friend, who really wasn't listening to him. Simone arrived at his apartment, quite emotionally drained. He sat down on the couch, taking off his burnt black shirt, and turned on the television. He flipped from channel to channel, until he stopped on a war movie about the Vietnam War in the 20th century. Without wanting to, he stared at that movie, while several flashbacks appeared in his mind, tattooing in his eyes moments he would love to forget. The voices, the screams, the blood, the flying limbs, the noise of the bombs, fire burning everything in its path. The fire burning him, stakes digging into his skin, the mud making its way through all his orifices. The number of dead on his hands, the number of comrades he could not save. Simone suddenly found himself clutching his head, his breathing was short and his lungs seemed to fail. He quickly got up from the couch, staggering to his room and then looking for something in his suitcase. There he found some hidden syringes and some tubes containing some kind of liquid, plus a few containers with pills. Anxiously, he began to swallow several tablets. His trembling hands reached for the syringe and withdrew the liquid. Then, without much ado, he injected it into his arm. He repeated the process at least 5 times before he felt his body go numb. Simone lay on his bed, sweaty and with completely dilated pupils as his eyelids felt a little heavier. That substance, used in such quantities, would have killed at least 15 grown men, but in Simone it only made him drowsy, it didn't even knock him out. For Simone, it was just a way to block out the memories so he could fall asleep. And so, he did. Within half an hour the drugs would no longer be in his body and he would be able to rest. The last thing he saw before he could finally feel himself going to the realm of dreams was the look of hope on that boy's face when he told him he was going to train him. "Izuku Midoriya, huh," he whispered before finally falling asleep. Musutafu, Japan. Midoriya home. When Izuku returned home, he was greeted by his mother in tears. Inko Midoriya had gained a lot of weight over the years, due to the constant stress of having to raise her son alone with all the problems Izuku had in his life. Izuku's father, Hisashi Midoriya, had moved to the United States shortly after the green-haired youngster turned 4, due to being offered a prestigious position in his company. Izuku received at most one phone call a year from the man. The emerald-eyed boy would always remember the day Hisashi left home. It was in the middle of dawn when the boy was supposed to be asleep. The older Midoriya stopped at the door to see him. The little boy could not see his eyes hidden by his work glasses, but he did recognize a look of contempt on that face that had once looked at him fondly. Izuku then understood that even his father despised him for his weakness. After convincing his mother that everything was fine, he went to lock himself in his room. His room was filled with All Might merchandise, from action figures, posters and all sorts of limited edition products of the mighty man. Izuku found himself staring at the largest poster of All Might he had. It showed his divinity, his power, a god among men. Now, Izuku saw that haggard face spitting blood. "I don't think you can be a proper hero." Those words had changed Izuku's life. They had shattered what little faith he had in fulfilling his dreams. Izuku wanted to be angry with the blonde man. He really wanted to disown him and disown his image until the end of his days. Izuku gritted his teeth as he closed his eyes, keeping his tears from leaking out with all his might. The young brunette couldn't hate the man who had inspired him to be a hero. He might now resent him for leaving him broken on top of a rooftop, where for the first time he considered the idea of ending his life. His idea of All Might had changed as a person, but as a hero he was still the pinnacle of the word. Now it was the emerald-eyed boy's job to prove him wrong, that he could be a hero. I don't know, can you? The words of that foreign hero kept fluttering like wasps in his mind. At that moment he had not known how to answer the question directly. I want to be a hero, sir. It was all he could answer him after a minute of constant crying. He didn't know if that answer had been enough for the man. The next thing he knew, that man threw him a piece of paper and told him that in 2 days he would write to him when his wounds had healed sufficiently. Izuku now found himself looking at the number on the paper, with the word, Garcia, written in Roman alphabet. Izuku pulled out his spare cell phone and entered the new contact. The foreign hero hadn't written him off. He had told him he had acted like a hero and offered him training. What Izuku had always wanted was for someone to at least try to believe in him, even if just a little. Now, Izuku was afraid of disappointing the man, considering how pathetic he felt. The green-haired boy slapped his cheeks, trying to push those thoughts away as he bathed and prepared to sleep. He had cleaned all his wounds, burns and scratches, applying ointment everywhere he could and wrapping with bandages as necessary. His whole body felt numb. He had never exerted himself so physically before. He put on his headphones, and put a random song on his playlist. The young man with the freckles fell asleep on his bed, letting himself be carried away by the arms of Morpheus. Where the children of tomorrow dream away in the wind of change. The next 2 days passed relatively calmly for the young red-haired boy. He did not have to attend school due to the situation he had gone through. His mother made him go see the doctor, where they already knew him from his multiple visits over the years. He had nothing unusual beyond the obvious injuries, but that would go away completely in a couple of weeks. It was Saturday and Izuku soon found himself with the nervousness of having to send the message to the foreign hero, Garcia. After giving his head a lot of thought, he decided to send him a message in English, since he felt it would be more comfortable for him. Good morning, Mr. Garcia. I am Izuku Midoriya, the boy you saved a couple of days ago. It's been 2 days now and I'm feeling better and available for whenever you require me. That was the message Izuku sent to the foreigner. After about 10 minutes, the soul of the greenette returned to his body when he received the reply message. Meet me at 1500 at this address. It said in the message, and below he sent him a location. Izuku had a few hours to get ready. He changed into sports clothes, which consisted of a green tracksuit from head to toe, along with his usual red sneakers. He had bandages wrapped around his hands and forearms, to avoid too much rubbing against his wounds. Izuku left home, saying goodbye to his mother who almost refused to let him leave. The young green-haired boy had to take the subway to get to the address that the man had sent him. It was on the outskirts of the city in a little crowded forest. The freckled boy was soon in front of the entrance of that forest, looking around trying to find the foreign man. He was about to send him a message when he felt a giant presence passing him by. Follow me. The foreigner's booming voice came out of nowhere as he did. Izuku watched the man, a little startled, before starting to follow him. The brown man wore formal blue pants, black formal shoes, a black sleeveless vest, black tie and a white formal shirt underneath. His wavy hair still had that greasy look as it swayed in the wind. After a few minutes, the Westerner stopped in the middle of a clearing in the forest and finally turned to look carefully at the young greenette. Simone had finally started classes at Musudafu University, so he was tired of the social interaction he had been forced to have that day. However, he was going to honor the promise he made to the greenette boy who now stood before him, shaking like a leaf as he waited for instructions. Well, before we go on, there are a few guidelines. First, my name is Simone Garcia. As you may have noticed, I'm not Japanese and your F******ing language is horrible to me. I'm learning the language, so for now keep your words simple for me, understood? The man demanded in an authoritative tone. The young Midoriya nodded. If you like you can speak English. I don't speak it very well but I understand it well enough. Offered the boy stammering, earning a grunt of assent from the man. Good. I want to know if you're really up for it, kid. He told him sternly, to which the emerald-eyed boy looked at him in confusion. Yes, I want to be stronger, sir, so I can be a hero. The boy confirmed with a certain confidence, earning an unperturbed look from the mulatto. So, you think you can be a hero now? Because I'm not sure you think you can, kid. I offered you training because I see potential in you, but I'm not here to mentor you. He began to explain in a strong tone as he intimidatingly approached the trembling boy. I will be your instructor. That means I won't be your daddy. I won't comfort you if you cry. I don't give a shit if you have problems, if mommy didn't make you your favorite breakfast. I couldn't care less about any of that, you understand. At some point, Simone started speaking in English while making it clear to Midoriya what his role was going to be. Izuku, somewhat trembling, could only close his eyes tightly and nod. Why yes, he exclaimed in English, trying not to crack up. You say, yes, sir. From today onwards you will only refer to me as, sir, or, my colonel, is that clear? He demanded with a look of death, which was caught by the poor boy. Yes, sir, exclaimed the poor boy shivering like a leaf in the wind. Good, I assure you one thing, kid, if you decide to quit now or later, you'll hate me, but you'll still be weak. On the other hand, if you go all the way, you'll hate me more, but you'll be a damn soldier. This is your last chance, are you sure you want to do this? The man declared, giving Izuku the ultimatum. The green-haired young man thought of all the people who had written him off without even giving him a chance, from all his friends, teachers, his own parents and his biggest idol. Better kill yourself already, no one will miss you. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I don't think you can be a proper hero. Izuku felt his emerald eyes begin to sting again, warning him of the tears to come, but with all his efforts he managed to hold them back, standing up straight and screaming in frustration. Yes, sir, he shouted with all the assurance he rarely displayed, while his face was still a mess as he tried to hold back his tears. I'm going to be a hero, I swear I will, Izuku thought, convincing himself that he could. Simone stared at him, analyzing the young man. After a few seconds, he was convinced and began to analyze the boy's body, walking around him. Izuku was thin, very thin, the amount of muscle in his body was the necessary to support his weight and carry the shopping bag. The boy measured 150 centimeters, that did not worry him since he was still growing, although he was a little short for his age. By eye he could say that he weighed between 35 and 40 kilograms. What worried Simone the most was the slight tremor he noticed in the boy's left arm. At first, he thought it was because he was nervous, but the tremor was not in his right arm. Well, I want you to explain your quirk to me, tell me everything you know, asked the man. Izuku froze for a few seconds before pulling a book out of his backpack. Simone read the title, Hero Analysis for the Future. Volume. No. 9 inches. I don't really know much about my quirk. I haven't had the chance to use it properly. I know that I can teleport from one point to another only if I know where I am, but I can't use it much at will. As you saw the other day, I could only use it in extreme and panic situations. Also, many times, for some reason, when I teleport, it generates injuries on me. He explained with incredible fluency, although in a low voice, as if he was mumbling. Simone had no trouble understanding him given his heightened senses. The mulatto noticed how the boy held his left arm when he talked about the consequences of using his quirk. That's a bit of a vague description, considering that notebook is almost full. Allow me. Simone held out his hand, asking for the notebook. Izuku looked at it hesitantly, but the foreigner's hard stare convinced him to give it to him. Simone flipped through the pages. There were dozens of facts and notes about various professional heroes. He could recognize a few, such as Hawks. The notes seemed quite detailed, although he couldn't understand everything due to his poor dominion of the language, but the graphs and diagrams he could understand perfectly. Simone was quite surprised. He did not expect this facet of his new student. He noticed that when he got to the section that talked about his quirk, it was by far the least detailed. It didn't even have diagrams or anything that resembled it, just a few descriptions and experiences of the times he had used it. Simone closed the book with a sigh and handed it back to the boy. I'm impressed, kid. I couldn't figure it all out, but I'm sure you have a brain, That's one less worry. In reference to the drawbacks of your quirk, we must find the reason why it happens, we must redefine your quirk. The mulatto man began to establish guidelines, while Izuku listened attentively and took notes of what the man said. Internally, the emerald-eyed young man was pleased that someone was admiring his notes rather than thinking it was a stalker's habit. But first, I'll take care of that horrible physical condition of yours. I know you're just a brat, but you should at least have some muscle. He began to instruct the man, giving a hard look at the boy, who cowered under the man's shadow. I will then send you a diet that you will have to follow to the letter, since you look like a bum. Now, for the next 3 months we will focus on pure physical training. I'll make you have muscles up to your ass, brat. Got it? Exclaimed the mulatto. Yes, sir, Izuku replied firmly. All right, maggot, now I want you to run 10 F********ing laps around the whole F********ing forest. Ordered the man in a military voice, startling the greenette boy, who almost turned pale. But it's about 15 kilometers in circumference, said the boy in total panic, earning a death stare from the man. What did you say, you damn insect? The brown-haired man asked menacingly. Izuku stifled a scream and started to run. Nothing, sir, I'm running, sir, shouted the green-haired young man in total panic, while the Colombian followed in his wake, shouting insults he didn't even know existed. You call that running? You look like a lazy F*******ing bear who just got his F*******ed. Sir, yes, sir. What's with those jelly legs? Now you're a F*******ing ostrich trying to impress some F*******ing birds. No, sir. By the time Izuku was able to finish 10 measly laps, night had fallen, leaving the forest almost dark but for the moonlight. The green-haired young man was destroyed, his legs hurt like never before, he was short of breath and his whole body was totally sweaty. When he reached the clearing, he dropped to the ground, trying not to die of suffocation. Simone was right behind him, not a drop of sweat on him, his suit was as neat as if he had barely dressed. Did I tell you that you could rest? Give me 20 push-ups, 50 squats and 30 sit-ups. By yesterday, brat, the mulatto demanded, making Izuku groan in complaint, but he knew better than to contradict his new sensei. For the next half hour, the scenario Simone observed was pretty pathetic. Izuku had barely been able to finish a few push-ups, falling on his face more than once. The brown-haired man kept noticing the incessant shaking in the boy's left arm, which continued until he started doing squats. After an hour, Izuku could not finish all the exercises, and was on the floor totally defeated. The poor young man had trained non-stop for 5 to 6 hours, and although for Simone that was little, for Izuku it was more than he had done all year. Well, we'll call it a day. Go get some rest. We'll meet every day after school right here, except Friday, then on Saturdays and Sundays we'll train from sunrise to sunset. Understood. He gave directions to the young Japanese. Yes, sir, the young brunette muttered, trying to stand up. When Simone finally saw him on his 2 legs, he nodded. See you tomorrow. Be on time. With that same simplicity, he turned around and got lost in the woods. Izuku stood there catching his breath a bit more, before starting to walk. He didn't know how, but he eventually made it to the subway, where he somehow managed to get some energy to make some notes about his new sensei. At first glance, his quirk may appear to be some sort of strength, endurance and speed enhancement, due to the fact that he ran beside me for 3 hours and I didn't even see him break a sweat. On the other hand, that doesn't really prove he has a quirk since he hasn't demonstrated any large-scale feats. His strength and endurance levels may be due to his training. He was obviously in the military and most likely held the rank of colonel. What country would he be from? His skin tone is dark, not as dark as Mirko, but enough to be considered mulatto, although nowadays looking at skin color is indecisive in determining where someone is from is due to quirks. There are literally people of all colors. He is obviously Western, but that doesn't diminish the chances at all. He speaks very good English, and I think I noticed an American accent, though I'm not quite sure, so he could be from the United States or Canada. To Izuku's fortune, There was no one near him on the subway to hear his torrent of mumbling. Izuku arrived home, where he was greeted by a very worried Inko as it was quite late. The young brunette apologized for being late and proceeded to the table where mother and son began to eat. "Okasan, I started training today," the emerald-eyed boy began to say. The older Midoriya stopped eating and looked at her son with her anguished mother's eyes. "Oh, so that's why you look so tired. Are you sure you're okay, Izuku-chan? You're still recovering from your injuries?" the lady asked worriedly. The young man looked aside, playing with his food. "Don't worry, I feel better. I just wanted to tell you about it, since I will be training a lot from now on and well. I need a balanced diet, and well, I would like to know if you could help me with that, Okasan," he explained with much obvious doubt in his voice, without deigning to look at his mother for fear of rejection. Inko did realize that, feeling her heart clench as she watched her son flee into her eyes. "I'm so sorry, Izuku." Inko never forgave herself for not supporting her son as she should have. She let the situation get the better of her. In her mind, she had failed as a mother so far. So, holding back her tears, she nodded with a smile. "Of course, I do, Izu-chan, you tell me what you need and I'll do what I can," she said in the most affectionate way possible. Izuku looked up, slightly surprised, seeing his mother's smile. The young brunette began to smile as well. "Thank you very much, Okasan." Walking down the street, distant memories are buried in the past, forever. Somewhere in Musudafu, Shizuoka Prefecture. After much searching, Simone finally found what he had been looking for. In the middle of the night, he managed to find a Mexican bar, the closest he was going to get to his land in the land of the rising sun. As soon as he entered, he felt a familiar vibe. The music hit his ears with sweetness and the smell of rum filled the place. He managed to hear a couple of voices in Spanish. There were some Japanese, but the Westerners were the ones that filled the place the most. He sat at the bar, glad not to attract the attention of anyone in particular. The bartender approached. He was a young Caucasian Westerner. "What do you want, sir?" asked the young man in English, although Simone could sense some Latin accent. "Do you have any aguardiente?" the mulatto asked in English. The young man nodded and Simone motioned for him to bring a full glass. With grace and elegance, the young man placed a glass in front of him and refilled it. Immediately the brown man drank it. He stood there, simply enjoying the music and the atmosphere while drinking glasses of schnapps. He then noticed that the person next to him had been staring at him for longer than usual. Simone looked at her out of the corner of his eye. She was a woman of short stature, brown skin similar to cinnamon. She had a coat that covered her well, a hat and glasses. However, he could notice her white hair and red eyes peeking over the glasses. The woman had Japanese features. Simone tried to ignore her, but after a couple of minutes she was still looking at him. This time, he turned to look directly at her, connecting his eyes with hers. "Que se quede el infinito sin estrellas, o que pierda el ancho mar su inmensidad." "Can I help you?" Simone asked, in Japanese, in a serious voice. A few seconds passed before the woman gave him a wild smile. "Oh, I know where I've seen you. You're the one who saved those two brats a few days ago, aren't you?" acknowledged the albino-haired girl. Simone felt one of his eyes twitching. "Yes, what about it?" Simone asked, now looking at her more closely. That brown-skinned woman looked familiar. "Oh, nothing, it's just that I come to this place a lot, and I didn't remember seeing you before. According to what I saw on the news, you know how to kick, man." She flattered the mulatto in front of her with a wild look. Simone then made the connection, his eyes widening slightly in recognition. He turned his gaze to the glass full of aguardiente and drank it. "Thanks, you know how to kick too," the Colombian simply replied, earning a confused look from the woman, until a few seconds later she cursed under her breath. "How did you? I don't care who you are, don't worry," the brown-haired man declared before the white-haired woman could say anything. "Hey, give the lady another one of what she was drinking." "It's on me," Simone said to the waiter, without giving the red-eyed girl time to protest. The woman was drinking Jagger, and when she saw the refilled glass, she snorted and took a sip. So where are you from, foreigner? The woman asked with derision. The colonel didn't even deign to look at her, he seemed thoughtful. Columbia, he answered simply. I see, I understand why you would like this place. It feels almost like home, huh? Said the white-haired woman boldly. Simone gave her a sidelong glance. Close enough, I guess, he stated with a low growl. What are you doing so far from your side of the ocean, amigo? The woman asked, saying the latter in such crude Spanish that it was laughable. She didn't seem to mind, in fact, she seemed to laugh at her eloquence. For work, the Colombian answered once again, earning a snort from the woman. You sure don't like to talk much, huh? Any man in this bar would be thrilled if a woman like me spoke to him with such charm. She expressed in an almost flirtatious manner. Simone sighed and took another drink. What are you doing in a place like this? The mulatto suddenly asked, after several minutes of silence. The brown-skinned woman looked at him with intrigue and only smiled mockingly. Well, this would be the last place the press would look for me, she stated sincerely. I understand, no one would expect a rabbit to be nocturnal, whispered the colonel, staring at her for a few seconds before taking another drink. The woman's eyebrow twitched nervously, taking the hint. Yeah, well, this rabbit would surprise you, she declared, challenging the man next to her. Simone snorted slightly before looking her straight in the eye. Oh, is that so? Serene Brown and Wild Ruby had a beastly fight. Pero el negro de tus ojos que no muera, y el canela de tu piel se quede igual. Musutafu. Next morning, the rising sun burned Coronel Garcia's eyelids, prompting him to get up to attend to his chores. Gradually, he began to regain his senses as he opened his eyes. Then he felt a strange movement beside him. The mulatto's bed was a mess of sheets and linens. In fact, it was probably broken if that grinding sound said anything. The cause was on the other side of the bed. Covered by his sheets was the figure of the albino-haired woman he had met last night, who, coincidentally, happened to be Japan's number 7 heroine, Mirko, or also known by her civilian name, Rumi Usagiyama. Yes, things had gotten out of control last night. For a man like Simone, constantly under stress and having just escaped the war in a decaying country, having a night where the only thing in charge was his carnal desires that did not include murdering anyone, was quite liberating and therapeutic. He saw the time, and knew he would soon have to meet Izuku. He got out of bed completely naked, heading for the bathroom. On his way out, he found a sleepy Rumi, also naked and awkwardly trying to dress herself. The woman, noticing him, simply greeted him with her eyes. Hey, Colombian, good fight last night. I never found someone able to keep up with me. The girl commented teasingly, smiling at him with mockery and a bit of coquetry. Simone simply looked at her without much emotion. Yes, it was fun, the man stated simply, earning a bored look from his companion. Yes, act as serious as you want, but that's not what you were yelling last night. Or should I say, what you were beeping last night? Asked the woman with rabbit quirk, provoking the man, who only continued to enlist to Rumi's disappointment. I have to go, I'm running a little late for a meeting. Feel free to use the bathroom and kitchen. Lock up when you leave, said the brown-haired man simply, wearing his usual suit as he grabbed his things and headed for the door. Rumi watched as the man left the apartment. Interesting, smiled the rabbit. Musutafu, 3 months later. You're running like AF **** king headless chicken. If you don't finish this miserable lap in less than 5 minutes, you'll do another 10 more laps. Yes, sir. As the weeks passed, being beaten by his new sensei had become normal for Izuku. His life had felt quite different the last couple of months. When he returned to school, he was afraid of how he would be received, but to his good fortune and surprise, people had stopped bothering him. Well, at least not as much as before. The main difference was that Bakugo no longer actively harassed him. Now he would simply yell at him if he saw him in his range of vision. The rest of the time he would ignore his childhood friend. His classmates didn't tease him as much anymore, which was progress. At home, his mother prepared his meals according to the diet his sensei had given him, and he even felt a renewed trust with his mother. There were still things to heal, but at least it was a start. As for his training, it was beastly. The first few weeks were based solely on physical acclimatization, improving his overall condition through cardio and various strength and endurance exercises, all very military. Izuku felt like he was going to die every day. However, it got worse when Simone started making him run through obstacles. The colonel filled the entire forest with various traps in which the green-haired young man obtained more wounds than in all his years of harassment. Despite the frustration he felt, as the days and weeks went by, he began to notice significant differences in his body. His strength, speed and reflexes had increased a lot in a short time. He had even grown a few centimeters. Winter break was approaching, and his teacher had warned him that things were going to get serious. Very good, Izuku. I think we can put physical conditioning aside for a bit now. It's time to study your quirk, Simone commented, in incredibly fluent Japanese. Simone had progressed exponentially. His versatility with languages was no surprise to him. Now, he could speak pretty good Japanese, although he still had trouble with kanji. Other than that, the older man hadn't changed a bit. Izuku looked self-consciously at his teacher. Yes, sir. What should I? The young man hesitantly asked, earning a sigh from his instructor. Kid, you are amazing at analyzing other people's quirks, but with yours you can barely say a thing or two. I understand that you have some trauma regarding your power, but you must leave it behind, otherwise you will never reach your full potential. The man explained to the boy. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, hesitantly nodded, and Simone grunted in response. Well, first things first, try to use it. Teleportation quirks are usually based on the user's spatial perception ability. You've been training in this forest for the past few months, so you should know it by heart. Recreate a kind of mental map and try to force your body to a specific location. The older man ordered his student, who hesitantly tried to follow his instructions. The green-eyed boy closed his eyes. In his mind a three-dimensional map of the forest was forming. Concentrating, he felt his eyes begin to sting, giving him a familiar sensation. I didn't need your help. Die. That mental map shattered, giving way to painful images that made Izuku's left arm begin to ache for no reason. The brown man noticed how his pupil tensed up and saw his eyes glow slightly before the young man disappeared in front of him. He immediately started looking for him, not taking long to see him a few meters away, holding his bleeding arm. Without saying anything, Simone knelt down in front of the boy, grabbing his embrace despite Izuku's protest. The colonel observed the strange cut, noting that it was not very deep, but something caught his attention. It's as if a piece of flesh had been ripped out of you. The man whispered. Izuku just gritted his teeth in frustration and pain, watching as his master began to bandage his arm. It's not as deep as other times. I'll be fine, stammered the boy, with a solemn look. Simone sighed. How many times has this happened to the same arm? The brown-haired man asked seriously. The emerald-eyed boy looked to the side, remembering the dozens of times he had gotten the same injury. Many times, since I was 4 years old. The first time was when Kachan got mad at me, explained the young man in a sad tone. The explosive boy, the Colombian deduced, and Izuku nodded slightly. Simone sat on the ground next to his student, thoughtfully. Your quirk is not a common teleportation quirk. We must know exactly how your quirk works, but we can't do that if you keep hurting yourself, said the brown-haired man thoughtfully at the boy's worried look. I'm sorry, apologized the freckled boy quietly, feeling completely useless. Also, there is the issue of your left arm. Since we started training, I've seen that you're having a hard time using it. I can't keep ignoring that, neither can you, the Colombian declared, ignoring his student's apologies. Izuku turned his gaze to the ground. Suddenly, Simone stood up and started walking out of the forest. The green-haired boy panicked. To him, his master had finally given up. He had realized that he was a hopeless case that wasn't worth the trouble. Tears began to fill his eyes as he watched the back of the one person who had given him a chance walk away. He had failed. What are you waiting for? Move your ass, kid. The harsh voice came like a bullet to young Midoriya's ears. He noticed his master looking over his shoulder, waiting for him. Izuku rose like a spring and followed him. Yes, sir. On the way, Simone took out his cell phone and sent a few messages as they both walked. Izuku just followed his instructor without really knowing where they were going. Izuku almost fainted when he saw the imposing building of the prestigious UA Academy for Heroes, and they were heading there. At the grand entrance of the academic campus, a long-haired man dressed in black was staring at his cell phone. Aizawa looked up when he saw the cause of his headaches for the last 30 minutes. Did you have to give such short notice? Couldn't you wait until tomorrow? He asked Simone in disgust. The young brunette swallowed hard. He had never seen anyone talk to his instructor like that. It was an emergency, Shota, explained the brown-haired man simply. Eraserhead sighed and glanced sideways at the young Midoriya. So, this is your little experiment, acknowledged the black-haired man, staring into Izuku's soul, who was fidgeting nervously under the man's penetrating gaze. Simone started walking towards the entrance. Stop analyzing him, let's go inside, almost ordered the brown-haired man. Shota looked at Izuku for a few more seconds before turning away, with the young man following both adults. The young brunette was doing his best to keep himself under control. He was stepping foot in AU, his dream school, where All Might and several incredible heroes were trained. Simone could see the freckled boy trembling with excitement, looking at every wall in the facility as if it were Greco-Roman art. Take it easy, kid. We're not on a field trip, Simone ordered him. Izuku then put his foot down. Yes, sir. I don't understand what we do in the UA, the young man answered shyly. Use your brain, kid, I know you've got a good one. We're here to understand your F*** in quirk for F***'s sake. Simone stated with some aggression. Eraserhead watched the interaction silently with interest. I understand, sir. I didn't know you worked at the UA, said the boy, still quite distressed. It's because I still don't, kid, replied the chestnut simply, giving a nonverbal, no more questions, command. Izuku caught it. Soon they entered the medical wing of the academy, a university-type medical building where injured students were treated. Well, here you are at last. I don't appreciate being called in for last-minute consultations, gentlemen. This old lady has things to do. An old lady's voice greeted them. Izuku almost fell down right there. Recovery girl, exclaimed the green-haired boy in complete excitement. Recovery girl, also known as Chiyo Shuzenji, is a veteran heroine whose quirk, recovery, made her one of the medical eminences of the last century. That would be me, sweetie. I understand this is the little guy I'm supposed to be attending to. I doubt you pair of savages would deign to set foot in a hospital unless it was life or death, she said to both grown men in a scolding, grandmotherly tone. Both heroes looked at her with boredom. Yes, recovery girl, this is Izuku Midoriya, I have been training him for the last few months. I brought him in for some medical tests and a thorough study of his quirk. I really appreciate your time, I apologize for the short notice, explained the brown-haired man, apologizing respectfully to the older lady. Well, at least you have manners. All right, son, come over so I can examine you, she told the teenager, who was still in shock. It took him a few seconds to do as he was told. While lying in bed, Chiyo performed basic tests such as taking his blood pressure and listening to his heart. All before the cryptic eyes of the dark-haired and brown-haired men. I wanted to tell you that I'm a big fan, Mrs. Recovery Girl. The young man manages to utter after several attempts to elaborate. That earned a chuckle from the older woman. It is comforting to have fans even among the young, replied the lady sweetly. After several minutes of physical examinations, blood and DNA tests, Chiyo turned to the three men. Well, his general health is normal, I can see that his physical condition is growing due to his exercise, his Q gene is active and without strange mutations, his blood tests do not show anything unusual. However, what concerns me is his left arm. He has a severe loss of mobility and strength, and honestly, I am not surprised. The doctor explained, showing the X-rays of Izuku's arms, one of his right arm and one of his left. As you can see, his right arm is normal, but his left arm is a different story. That black spot should be muscle, it's as if a piece of muscle had been amputated. Chio explained professionally, but with a hint of concern. Both Simone and Shota had similar looks, both appreciative. While Izuku had ducked his gaze. The new knowledge was not so new, he was well aware of the problems in his arm and was not surprised, but to hear it from a doctor and in front of his teacher was another story. Is the damage irreparable? Eraserhead asked, surprisingly. Yes, this is an injury that obviously has time and recurrence. With therapy you can prevent the mobility from being lost further, but that's about it. I understand this is because of his quirk. The heroine asked. The atmosphere in the room was thick. Simone sighed. Yes, he has a warp-type quirk that does not behave like one. Most of the time when he uses it, teleporting generates random wounds, albeit with a recurrence on the left forearm. Right, Izuku, explained the Colombian, drawing the attention of his student. Izuku had been hearing ringing in his ears for a few seconds, until hearing his name brought him out of his trance. He could only nod. Recovery Girl looked at the boy with concern, and then turned her gaze to Simone, who was looking sideways at the boy. After Recovery Girl gave him some pain pills, the four of them headed to the research wing of the AU. An entire department focused on quirk research, intended to study problematic quirks or quirks with interesting applications. The department worked in conjunction with the Support and Development course. Right there, the Hero Power Loader and the Academy's director, Nezu, were waiting for them. Oh, Colonel, I see you brought your protege in for some tests. I'll be more than happy to help you with your quirk, young man. Nezu greeted Simone first and then turned to the green-eyed boy, who looked on once again with fanatical excitement. Thank you very much, Mr. Nezu, Mr. Power Loader. I'm a big fan, exclaimed between stutters the boy, making the animal with quirk laugh. Izuku, behave yourself, Colonel Garcia scolded his student, who stood up straight. Well, shall we begin? Nezu asked with a half-maniacal look, making everyone present except Izuku look at him in disgust. Izuku soon found himself in an isolated chamber with several sensors on his body. Nice toys, Simone mentioned, looking at the technology with interest. Power Loader nodded with excitement. We have the latest in biomedical technology, sensors of all kinds that could detect every single particle in that room. Explained the hero of the excavation. Simone looked at the data on the computers. Quantum computers, huh, whispered the mulatto. Oh, do you have any knowledge of this? Power Loader asked intrigued. Simone watched Nezu chuckling. Only in theory, he said simply. Well, what do we know about the boy's quirk? Nezu asked by way of initiating the diagnosis. Quirk teleportation that for some reason generates wounds that amputate the skin and even the muscle. Explained Eraserhead, who had a good picture of the situation. Nezu nodded while the machines made a general analysis of the greenette boy. The albino animal observed the colonel, who had a thoughtful look looking at the screens. Something on your mind, Colonel? Asked the director. I have a theory. Warp quirks are usually based on the concept of the Einstein-Rose bridge or wormhole. These quirks warp space, and depending on the quirk can either transport only the wearer's body or open a portal for anyone to cross. In both cases, the body remains intact because it travels through the ultrametric space that makes up the wormhole. The mulatto began to explain, getting everyone's attention. However, it is well known that warp quirks have severely injured their users through lacerations. Nezu rebutted. That's right, cuts caused due to untimely closing of portals, the Einstein-Rosen bridge collapsing due to poor control leading its user to suffer from the spaghetti effect. But it has never been seen that a piece of the user's body disappears. In this case, Izuku's muscle piece was torn off as if it had been grabbed with tweezers from the inside. The brown-haired man continued to explain. Aizawa sighed. Surely the child has been in chronic pain for years, said the black-haired man. It's not serious for now, but if you don't solve the problem, it will be unbearable. Recovery Girl commented. Simone watched Izuku being subjected to sensor tests. They were trying to obtain data by looking for some energy in the boy, without much success. It will work out, and there is only one way for their machines to detect anything of use, declared the mulatto, earning a disapproving look from Chio. Simone looked the old woman in the eye, The two had a silent discussion that ended with the old woman sighing and nodding. Nezu, noticing the interaction, smiled and began to give Power Loader directions. "Are you sure this will work?" Izuku asked shyly as a special bracelet was put on him. All the other sensors had been removed. "When you teleport, this bracelet will travel with you. You have already proven that you can transport non-organic objects with you, such as your clothes. The bracelet should be able to travel with you through any kind of wormhole-type deformation, and should still be able to send us a constant signal at all times," Power Loader explained. Simone stood behind the hero watching Izuku. The boy's expression was one of pure fear, indecision and doubt. Simone had seen that expression before more times than he would like to admit. "Please, I don't want any more. I can't stand it. You're mean to me. You're evil. I want my mommy back." Simone shook his head, shooing away the voices. He approached Izuku, who looked at him as if asking for help. "Sir, I don't want to get hurt again." He expressed his fear. Simone looked at him cryptically. "Izuku, when we met, I asked you a question, remember?" said the mulatto. The boy opened his eyes. "I don't know, can you?" The greenette boy nodded shyly. "I know that, deep down, you still don't think you can be a hero." "Honestly, I don't know either. Do you know why?" The brown-haired man began to speak calmly. Everything was heard by the others. "Because I'm not sure what a hero is. The concept, for me, long ago lost a meaning. When I asked you if you could be a hero, I didn't mean that I doubted whether or not you had the qualities of one. I meant that, when you tell me you want to be a hero, I don't know what you mean." He went on to explain. Izuku's eyes were now filled with tears. Simone gently placed his hand between the young man's green hair, causing the kid to look at him in surprise. The Colombian had his typical serious expression, but it was noticeably more relaxed. "What kind of hero do you want to be, Izuku? What's a hero to you? Can you be a hero?" the man finally asked as the boy broke down in tears. I just want to help people," was the boy's answer. A simple, almost innocent, but unfounded answer of pure honesty. Shota Aizawa opened his eyes slightly, recognizing the boy's words. "Then do it," Simone said simply, before leaving the room to the control area. Izuku stood there for a few seconds, thinking about everything that had happened. The freckled boy decided that he had run away from his power too long. Concentrating, he reimagined a mental map of the room he was in, which was easy enough for him. He felt the stinging in his eyes and instinctively wanted to close them. "Don't close your eyes, Izuku. Keep them open, we need to know what you see." It was his teacher's voice. The bright-eyed boy fought the urge to close his eyes, and was quite surprised at what he saw. Energy, pure energy in the whole place. He could see the energies of the people behind the room, a cumulus of brightness of various colors, but what caught his attention was that their hands glowed emerald green, and when he wanted to focus on some random point on his mental map, a great flare of emerald green energy emerged right at that point in the room. From one moment to the next, Izuku was at the other end of the room, blinking in surprise as the gleam in his eyes went away and his vision returned to normal. He looked down at his arms, and noticed a very slight wound on the back of his hand, but it was like a cat scratch. He noticed that the bracelet was still with him and seemed to be working. In the perspective of the professional heroes, things were somewhat different. They stood watching Izuku with glowing eyes until in a green blink of an eye he disappeared. And the bracelet signal disappeared too. "What? Impossible. That thing should be giving us a signal from the other side of the galaxy," Power Loader said surprised, typing like crazy. Then they saw Izuku appear on another side of the room. "The child still has the bracelet," Shota confirmed. "That's impossible, I can't detect any signal," said Power Loader. Simone approached the monitor, and just as he did so a message appeared. "New familiar signal detected." Power Loader entered the new signal data. The frequency was the same as that of the bracelet, but it still detected it as a new one. He checked the history and the system had crossed out the previous signal as destroyed, lost. "What is the meaning of this?" Eraserhead asked. As much as he was a very intelligent man, he wasn't exactly a man of science. "Just one thing." Simon's voice had changed. Nezu had started to laugh. Shota then noticed something he had not seen in 3 months of knowing the Colombian. Simone was smiling. Quantum superposition, declared the mulatto, observing his student with a somewhat maniacal smile. Izuku Midoriya only had to open his eyes to begin the definitive path to understanding his quirk, a minimal but powerful change. A tiny variation had completely altered the way he understood his power. Will that be enough? Taki, Mie Prefecture. 1 month later. Ochako had had a bad day. It's not fair to hide things from me and pretend I don't care. The young girl's screams could be heard throughout the house. Today she had finally reached a breaking point when she discovered that her parents had to mortgage the house. Honey, please, it's not your responsibility to worry about these things. We'll be fine. Nobara tried to soothe in the best motherly tone possible. However, the young brunette was beside herself, with tears falling like waterfalls and her usually beautiful brown eyes reddened from crying. No, we won't be. You two always say that. I deserve to know what's going on in this house too. She was shouting totally out of her personality, in such frustration that her voice cracked. Sosuke looked distressed at his daughter, trying to get closer to her, but the girl just walked away like a surly cat. Ochako, princess, of course you deserve to know things, but this is not something you can fix. Your mother and I have a responsibility as adults to look after you, not the other way around. The older man tried to reason. The young chestnut girl just shook her head. No, it shouldn't be like this. I just want to help you. It's not fair that you suffer in silence. It's not fair that you think you can lie to me. I always notice how much you hide your pain and your false smiles towards me. She continued to scream in despair. Ochako, don't ever say we falsely smiled at you, young lady. We love you. The older Uraraka women exclaimed, a little hurt that her daughter thought she was being smiled at in vain. Ochako kept sobbing, remembering that day when she was so little. What bothers me the most is that everything got horrible after our baby girl was born. Guilt had been gnawing at her for so many years. Ochako didn't understand why they kept saying nice things to her and hiding their feelings. Well, maybe you shouldn't. The young woman shouted, filling the room with silence. Her parents looked at her with confusion and terror. They did not understand and did not want to understand what their daughter was referring to. Princess, what are you? Stop calling me that. I don't deserve it. You shouldn't love me. I ruined your lives. The young brunette finally exclaimed, crying like never before, clutching her hair in despair. Both parents were dumbfounded that their daughter would think that. In their minds they did not understand the fact that their daughter would be so martyred by a situation beyond her control and responsibility. Ochako, don't say that. You didn't ruin our lives. Where did you get that idea? Sosuke shouted between anger and despair, looking at his daughter in frustration. You said it. I heard you say that everything got worse after I was born. Exclaimed the girl, spitting everything out in the worst possible way. Her father was shocked to hear those words. He quickly approached his daughter to try to hug her. Ochako, that's not what. Get away from me, she shouted at her father, backing away. Sosuke felt a painful sensation invade his chest. Ochako had never refused any token of affection from him, not even in her biggest tantrum. Ochako watched her parents look at her with pain and pity. The young girl could bear it no longer and ran out of the house. Dawn was beginning to break on the horizon. The young gravity controller ran aimlessly, trying to run away from reality. She didn't want to feel anything. She wanted to float until she was lost in the void of space. Now some random brat who can't even carry her own fat thinks she can be a hero. PF, not only fat, but also tight. With that shitty attitude you won't even be a hero and be alone for the rest of your life. What bothers me the most is that everything got horrible after our baby girl was born. She was the cause of all her parents' woes, no matter how the situation looked. For Ochako, that was the absolute truth. She couldn't even be a heroine, she couldn't help people. No matter how much I smile, I can't make anyone happy. Those were the poor girl's pessimistic thoughts, resigning herself to being a failure. Without realizing it, she had rushed to that secluded spot in the park that had been her refuge from teasing in bad situations for the past few months. That place full of fluttering butterflies and pretty flowers that made her dream of someday reaching such beauty and majesty. Arrived at that usually empty bench, the girl had tunnel vision. She sat down and burst into tears with loud cackles of pain. She had probably never cried as much as she had in that whole minute that felt like an eternity to her. She didn't realize when she had used her quirk on herself and began to float, she just kept sobbing inconsolably. Then she felt someone holding her wrists. When she opened her teary eyes, the first thing she saw was a monarch butterfly fluttering in front of her. The young brunette followed with her eyes the small being with beautiful wings, who landed on someone else's hand around her wrist. The girl noticed that she was floating, and following the owner of that hand, she met the warmest emerald eyes she had ever seen. "Hey, are you okay? With you and me, take me to the magic of the moment." The boy's voice was soft, as were his features. In the girl's eyes, there was no better combination of tenderness and concern than that expressed by the boy's face. With 4 freckles on each cheek and messy dark green hair, the owner of those kind eyes prevented her from ending up in the emptiness of space. His wavy hair danced in the wind, partially covering the jades he had for eyes. The funereal melancholy that distressed the girl was slightly ignored by that creature of tender touch that attracted her to the earth to prevent her from getting lost in the depths of the cosmos. Unwittingly, Ochako had found a new universe. Noticing that the boy would not let go of her because if he did, she would float away, the girl laced her fingers together and felt gravity return to her, falling back into her seat. The boy's eyes shone brighter in fascination, if they could be any brighter. Ochako, unable to say anything, simply began to try to wipe away her tears while hiding her face. Seconds later, a gentle hand with a wet cloth was extended in front of her face. The chestnut looked at the boy again. He had such an honest look of concern that her heart skipped a beat, as if she had no gravity again. One action is all it takes to change everything, a slight variation in the starting line, a different way of getting up every morning. The young brunette shyly took the handkerchief to proceed to clean up her face. Izuku Midoriya watched this sadly. He was sore and depressed from his training, so he had decided to go clear his head deep in a park. He sat on an empty bench, admiring nature, all to see a girl come and sit beside him and cry. At first, Izuku was nervous, as he was very awkward around girls, but noticing how affected the poor girl was, he couldn't help but want to help her. However, his shyness and lack of confidence did not allow him to act until he saw her start to float. The green-haired young man took some time to analyze the girl, blushing. She had a round face, with large cheeks with a permanent blush that seemed tender to him. Her sad eyes were large, long lashes and brown eyes that reminded him of the warmest autumn of all, but now only expressed deep pain. Her hair, the same shade as her eyes, was short, reaching her shoulders. She had it curved inward with 2 large locks that framed her face. Izuku was no expert on girls, but he was sure that the girl in front of him was the prettiest he had ever seen. The fact that she looked so lost aroused his innate desire to help and comfort, though his lack of confidence prevented him from acting as he should. "Hey, are you better?" the boy asked quietly, shyly. Ochako had finished cleaning her face and was now absently looking at her hands, thinking about the events of the last hour. From the big argument with her parents to making a fool of herself in a park in front of a kind stranger. "Why yes, I'm sorry you had to see that," apologized the girl in a low voice. Izuku's heart clenched to hear such a sad tone in such a sweet voice. Don't worry, I'm sorry I acted like that out of the blue. I don't mean to intrude." The boy apologized between stutters. The autumn-eyed girl looked at him sideways. "Don't apologize. Thank you so much for holding me," thanked the girl, giving him a sad and sweet little smile. Izuku watched in fascination as the young woman's lips curved. "With you and me, take me to the magic of the moment. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's a pleasure." The young man introduced himself, blushing. The chestnut looked at him, relaxing a little more. "I am Ochako Uraraka. Nice to meet you, Midoriya-kun." The cheeky girl introduced herself as well. Izuku was fascinated to hear her name from the girl's mouth. They both remained in a comfortable silence for a few seconds. Izuku noticed that the sadness was still perpetually in those eyes. "Do you want to talk about what happened?" The question came from the green-haired boy's soul, earning a surprised look from the brown-eyed girl. I mean, if you want to. I'm sorry, I know it's none of my business, stammered the boy, flushed with embarrassment. Ochako looked at him in confusion, and then relaxed her gaze and laughed a little at the green-eyed boy's panicked expression. Izuku, hearing her laughter, couldn't help but look at her. No, it's okay. Let's say I haven't felt enough about myself, you know. The young girl began to say out of inertia, looking towards the flowers bathed in the sun's rays dying in the sunset. Izuku listened attentively to the girl. No matter how much I insist, how much I want to help. Everyone tells me there is no point, my parents tell me it's not my responsibility to fix everything. But I do feel I have to do something, you know. I feel I have the need. The girl continued talking. Sometimes, I wish I could have the strength to change things. The girl ended up saying, sighing. After a few seconds of silence, she turned to look at her companion to find those kind eyes looking at her with surprise. I'm sorry, I don't know why I started talking, just like that, I understand you. The boy's voice silenced her. She looked with confusion at the freckled boy, who had a look thunderously similar to the one she saw every day in the mirror. Those eyes looked at her in sad compression. All my life I have felt useless, and the people around me have never tired of reminding me. For many years, no one trusted me, not even myself. The boy began to speak, causing Ochako to look at him in deep concentration. A few months ago, my world almost completely fell apart. My idol didn't believe in me either, he told me directly. However, that same day, I met someone who in one way or another trusted me. He gave me a chance. Izuku's voice had filled with emotion for a moment, even going so far as to smile, but Ochako noticed how that smile died. But, every day that goes by I feel that I disappoint him. He doesn't tell me, but I feel that I'm wasting the opportunity he gave me. The opportunity to be a hero. The boy finished by saying, feeling his eyes watering. Then, Izuku felt a comforting hand on his shoulder. The soft hand of that girl was giving him comfort, noticing her raised little finger. The green-eyed boy looked at her with surprise. Those autumn eyes were giving him the sweetest look he had ever received. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to comfort you in. The boy tried to say, looking at his bandaged arms. Ochako looked at him gently. Hey, it's okay. I think it's good to know you're not alone in feeling. It's comforting, the girl declared, smiling. Izuku caught her smile. And for what it's worth, I think that person you say trusted you did the right thing, and I don't think you're disappointing him either. Ochako suddenly said, surprising the boy. Izuku's heart jumped, feeling his eyes watering again. Do you think so? Izuku asked quietly. Yes, and even if it were so, now I trust you too, declared the girl, giving him a bright smile. Izuku looked at her in shock, not understanding how someone so good could have been so sad. The boy rubbed his eyes and gave her a shaky smile. Thank you very much, he told her in all honesty. Ochako felt her chest warm. The smile of that kind boy was enough for her. The young chestnut girl felt useful at last, and an honest smile was all she needed to feel happy. It's getting late, I think I should go home, said the chestnut, after several minutes of comfortable silence. Izuku nodded, looking up at the night sky. If you want, I can walk you to your house, suddenly proposed the green-eyed boy, with total embarrassment and a totally red face. The brown-eyed girl looked at him and blushed too. I wouldn't want to bother you, said the girl, stuttering just the same. It's no bother, whispered the young greenette. Ochako looked at him and nodded shyly. Follow the Moskva, down to Gorky Park, listening to the wind of change. Izuku had forgotten how sore he was with so many emotions, so when he stood up his legs failed him and he started to fall on his face. He closed his eyes waiting for the impact, but all he felt was a strange sensation of floating. The young man opened his emerald eyes, and he was indeed floating. He turned and could see the kindest eyes in the world looking at him with concern. Are you okay, Midoriya-kun, can you stand up? The girl asked gently. Izuku nodded slightly as the girl pulled him upright, and proceeded to lace her fingers together. The green-eyed boy felt his gravity again. Thank you. Shamefully thanked the boy. Ochako smiled brightly. You're welcome. Since you helped me so selflessly, it's only natural that I want to help you too. Izuku stared wide-eyed at the girl. His heart suddenly felt heavy, as if it wanted to burst out of his chest. Tears began to emerge from his eyes as he tried to stifle sobs. Who the F*** cares about your quirk, Deku? That's a coward's quirk. All you can do is run away and that's it. It's pathetic. Better kill yourself already. No one will miss you. I don't think you can be a proper hero. I'm sorry, Izuku. In a system as fragile as life is, change is the only constant. One action can change everything. A stone in the river can cause a great overflow. A helping hand can save a life. The flutter of a butterfly can generate a tornado on the other side of the world. A few words are all it takes to change the course of a story. Can you be a hero? When my teacher was the first person to confide in me, it changed everything, but... Ochako showed the most beautiful smile Izuku had ever seen. After all, today you were my hero. Izuku cried, and sobbed, but there wasn't a hint of pain. It was pure happiness. The world is in constant revolution, both metaphorically and literally. Planet Earth is in constant rotation, revolving around a star that in turn revolves around a galaxy that revolves around the entire universe. In this ephemeral life, the only spins that count are the ones that bring with them great magnitudes of something. Constant change, constant revolution, but in the end everything that spins return to its starting point. An endless cycle of revolutions. In the middle of an arid jungle, whose humidity caused a haze worthy of a horror movie, Simón Garcia was in his own constant revolution. Among the trees that touched the sky and the plants of the underworld, the brown-haired man stood straight, dressed in an impeccable military uniform. His hair was long, tied in a ponytail, same unkempt beard, same tired look, same bearing. Stop squealing, Kulikagata. We're just getting started, said the man with an authoritative and demanding tone of voice. There, on her knees and panting, was a teenage girl with a white complexion, black hair tied in a bun and beautiful green eyes exhausted. She was also wearing a military uniform, which was far from being organized. It was torn in several places, where cuts and bruises could also be seen on the girl. I can't take it anymore. Please, I'm tired, said the teenager, trying to catch her breath. Simón watched her and only grunted. Do you think the enemy is going to stop because you're tired? Don't even think they're going to avoid putting a bullet between your eyebrows just because you're a girl. Now, stop complaining. We're done with the physical warm-up. It's time to train your quirk, said the brown-haired man with an angry voice, looking severely at the girl who was squirming. The girl managed to get a little to her feet, and looked at Simón with anger and a hint of betrayal. The mulatto was unaffected by her gaze. The girl, grunting, swiftly moved her arm, and out of the earth shot a huge root that headed for the chestnut. Simón didn't even flinch and just blocked the root with his forearm, breaking it, all the while staring at the dark-haired woman. The Caucasian woman growled in frustration. Pathetic. What a bad Hiwaputa control. Did you unblock your quirk yesterday? Criticized the brown-haired man without ceasing to burn with his eyes the girl, who was giving the older man a death stare. Can't you see I'm tired, gonorrhea? The girl exclaimed exaltedly, summoning more roots from the ground, throwing them all towards the soldier. Simón simply broke the roots by patting them with his hands. However, the mulatto did not move from his place. The man sighed and looked disappointedly at the girl. We have been training for months, and the progress with your quirk is almost nil. Your physical condition should not be so bad to run out of energy after basic training. Ponte las pilas, said the man as he approached the girl, who was trembling with anger. Simón stopped near her, and relaxed his gaze a little as he watched her crestfallen face. Listen, I know you don't want to be here, but it's what you have to do. You have no choice, and if it makes you feel better, I have no choice either. My mission is to train you. Simón said in a more relaxed tone. The girl's shoulders were still shaking. It's not fair, whispered the girl with a broken voice. Simón heard her. Life is not fair. Now in position, since you can't use your quirk effectively, we will at least train melee. Simón said, taking a step back. The girl looked up in shock. But Simone, I can't do it anymore. I can barely feel my legs, my arms hurt and I have wounds everywhere. The girl complained, giving him a desperate look. The girl's pleas only caused the brown-haired man to frown. Without warning, the mulatto lunged towards the girl, delivering a dry punch to her stomach, causing the teenager to double over in pain and spit from the impact. The girl's expression of surprise and betrayal was immediate. Stop complaining, Hiwaputa. The enemy won't care if you're tired or hurt, and neither will you. Fight and survive, growled the brown man, kicking the black-haired woman in the face, sending her a couple of meters to the side. The girl was on the floor, trying to support herself with her arms, spitting blood on the ground as she tried to control her breathing. Simone simply walked towards her, looking at her with disdain. Defend yourself. This is what happens if you don't defend yourself from the enemy, exclaimed the mulatto in a deadly calm voice. The next thing the black-haired woman felt was another kick, this time in the chest, leaving her completely out of breath. This did not stop the older man, who continued kicking her even while she was on the dirt. The girl couldn't even gasp anymore, only spit out blood as she felt her ribs cracking with each impact. Fight, carajo, survive, fight and survive. If you don't, you're going to end up like your mother. Simone spat. The girl tensed. Her eyes filled with anger as a war cry came from her throat. From the ground, roots much larger and denser than before appeared ready to strike the mulatto. Simone, surprised, jumped backwards while protecting himself with his arms crossed in front of him. The roots struck him, throwing him into a tree. The impact raised a cloud of dust. The brunette, still enraged and tearing her throat in screams, continued to throw the roots towards the place where Simone was thrown. The teenager soon calmed down, trying to collect herself without taking her eyes off the dust. She watched in exasperation as Simon's figure walked out of the mess. Once all the dust had dispersed, broken roots could be seen on the ground. Simone walked slowly, somewhat dirty and with his usual look. However, what was most striking was one of the roots stuck in his shoulder, blood splattered on his clothes and dripping down. The mulatto simply grabbed the root with his hand and tugged at it, pulling it out with an unpleasant, sickening sound, spreading more blood on the floor. That was better, Simone said. The girl watched wearily as the grotesque wound on her instructor's shoulder healed, and within seconds the only trace that he had been injured was the blood on his torn uniform. The mulatto approached the teenager, once again coming within arm's length of her. Get up, let's continue, he ordered the young woman, who was crestfallen and trembling. The black-haired girl looked up, showing how tears were gathering in her greenish eyes. However, what stifled the girl's heart the most was seeing Simon's half-crazed smile as he looked at her. I hate you, spat the green-eyed girl. Musutafu, Japan. Ese muchacho que yo quiero tanto, ese que yo regaño a cada rato me hizo acordar que así era yo también cuando muchacho. Simon's smile took a while to die. As Izuku left the testing room to join the rest, he had time to appreciate his mentor's maniacal grin. Simone approached the green-haired boy, placing both hands on his shoulders. We made a breakthrough, kid. You were one of the few cases of a quirk with quantum effects, the brown-haired man declared. Izuku looked at him in confusion. I don't understand, sir, the emerald-eyed boy said, confused, looking Simone in the eye. The stranger was about to continue explaining when those greenish eyes bore into his mind. I hate you. The flashback made his smile die and he walked away from young Midoriya like the plague. The other teachers were looking at him weirdly, especially Aizawa and Recovery Girl. The mulatto adjusted his tie, pulling himself together. He looked at Izuku again, but with his usual expression. Today we have made great progress. Tomorrow we will come back here and I will explain everything well. Get ready, we will start the real training as soon as you get out of school. You can go now, the mulatto ordered his pupil. The green-haired boy nodded shyly. Oh, I'll see you out, Midoriya-kun. After all, I have high interest in those analysis books that Simone has mentioned, declared Principal Nezu, leading the teenager out. A few minutes passed before the thunderous laughter of the animal with quirk could be heard everywhere. I don't think you should have mentioned the boy's books, the least we need is another Nezu, Eraserhead complained, sighing as he walked alongside Simone and Chio, both of whom shared the underground hero's concern. Garcia-san, if you don't mind, I'd like to talk to you before you leave, asked suddenly the older heroine, earning a look of confusion from the mulatto and a curious one from Aizawa. Simone ended up just nodding and they both headed for the doctor's office, separating from Eraserhead. What would you like to talk about, Shuzenji-san? The mulatto asked respectfully, even using the Japanese honorific. The older woman sat at her desk, pulling out a portfolio and looking at some pictures, before placing them on the table for Simone to look at. The mulatto looked at the portfolio. They were images taken during Izuku's examination. It showed his bare chest, covered with burn scars, the same with his shoulders and back. Some were less marked than others, but for the most part they were old. There were some more irregular scars, the most prominent being the one on his left arm, which took up almost his entire forearm. There was a scar on his chest, as if a firecracker had been thrown at him at point-blank range. It was unmistakable that it had been a large burn. In addition, there were some curious marks on both wrists, lines too perfect to have been caused by his quirk. Se penia triste al verme llorar y me daba un pedazo de panela. I think it is correct to think that you had already noticed these old wounds on the boy, which were obviously not from training. I don't think you threw grenades at the boy to train him. The doctor commented in a stern tone. Simone had an unperturbed look on his face. Yes, I am aware of his scars. I also know that they were not from training or his quirk. The mulatto confirmed after a few seconds of silence. So, you have been training a child for 3 months knowing his situation, and you have done nothing about it. The old woman reproached him with a hint of anger. Simone sighed. I am his instructor, not his mentor. I offered to train his body, not to solve his problems. The Colombian declared coldly. Recovery Girl was holding back to avoid hitting him with her cane. Garcia-san, part of being a teacher is to be concerned about both the physical and mental health of the students. I've only known the boy for a few hours and I already know how affected his psyche is. He almost started crying when he took off his shirt. Those scars were caused by someone. Do you even know by whom? Chio finally asked, sounding exasperated. Simone seemed to be keeping his cool, but the reality was that his mind was replaying memories he wished he could forget. I hate you. You're mean to me. You're evil. The mulatto touched his forehead with his fingers, massaging himself a little. I have a theory who it was, yes. The kid is obviously bullied at his school. There's a buddy brat with an exploding quirk who hates Izuku for some reason. He hasn't told me directly, but most likely that jerk is the source of all his bullying. However, it seems that in the last 3 months ago the situation calmed down quite a bit. The brown-haired man explained, looking at the floor. Recovery Girl snorted. How thoughtful of him, said the old woman sarcastically. Simone was still staring at the floor. Are you telling me that a high school student has been bullying and using as a blast test dummy your student and you have done nothing about it? She asked with venom in her voice. Simone looked up. The doctor was angry. It is up to his parents to resolve the situation. Besides, Principal Nezu is informed about the explosive brat. He has him under surveillance. The mulatto tried to explain, but the old woman's furious gaze remained. That's not what I mean. The boy needs professional help. It is obvious that he has more than just a trauma with his quirk. The poor thing trembled every time I touched him, said the old woman looking angrily at the Colombian. Also, now that you mention his parents, do you even know who they are? Have you met them? The child could be a victim of domestic abuse at worst, and at best his parents don't know that their son is set on fire every day. Recovery Girl was actively scolding Simone. The Colombian did not know how to feel. It was strange to be scolded, at least in this way. In the military, he was constantly reprimanded by his superiors. The yelling, scolding and punishments for him were just another form of speech. However, the way Chio scolded him felt different. The old woman's look was a mix between anger, understanding and concern. I didn't think it was necessary to meet his family, however, perhaps I should. The mulatto said quietly, adjusting his tie absent-mindedly. Perhaps, said the old woman. In about 3 weeks the boy will leave for winter vacation. I was planning to take him on a training trip out of town, so that he can adapt to different environments, wilder if possible. Explained the Colombian seriously. Chio looked at him for a few seconds before sighing. Sometimes men can be so stupid, no matter how old they are. The doctor growled under her breath. Simone looked at her doubtfully. You wanted to take a traumatized child without telling his parents. I thought you would be smarter, Mr. Colonel. Recovery girl sarcastically demanded. Simon's eyebrow twitched. The kid may have problems, but I wouldn't underestimate him. So far, he's done everything I've told him to do without complaining. He's come a long way in a short time, he has a soldier's aptitude. Rebutted the mulatto. The veteran heroine looked at him in exasperation. Garcia-san, this is not war. That boy is not a soldier, he is a child pursuing a dream. He will obviously do whatever you ask of him. It is not very difficult to deduce that you have been the only one who has given him a chance. He will do everything you order, without complaint, because it is obvious that he clings to the idea that at least one person has not discarded him. The doctor began to explain, in a calm but accusing tone. Chio had been a doctor for decades, she had treated many heroes and students, it was not the first time she saw a similar case. Simone was silent, thinking in retrospect. Izuku had asked him if he thought he could be a hero the first time they talked, and the boy still couldn't find the confidence in himself. Simone had seen him hesitate. At all times the emerald-eyed boy doubted his abilities, so the mulatto thought the military style of training was best for the young Japanese. He would give him orders, Midoriya would only have to carry them out, without him having to think about whether or not he could do them. And it was working, wasn't it? The truth is that, although Izuku had advanced in his physical training, he still doubted himself. He was surprised every time he finished an exercise, he was scared when he realized how long he had been running or how heavy he was lifting. The child was the constant doubt, the insecurity, the self-doubt. And you should remember that even heroes and soldiers are people, after all. It is not healthy for Midoriya to simply bury his feelings in training, one day it will take its toll. You, as his instructor, are tasked with guiding your student. The doctor continued as she moved to her computer, typing on the device. Simone stared at the floor, deep in thought and at the older woman's words. Finally, Recovery Girl printed out some papers and handed them to Simone, who reflexively took them. These are priority orders for a psychological consultation. Here at UA we have two excellent mental health professionals, the hero Hound Dog and the heroine Midnight. Of course you can see other external options, I left some recommendations there. Go talk to his family, bring his parents tomorrow to see details. Ordered the doctor, in a professional and authoritative manner. Simone stared at the documents. I am not here to be your mentor. I will be your instructor. I hate you. The children, Simone. The children must be taken out of the forest. That last thought made the mulatto hold his breath. He hadn't thought about that person in so long, let alone those words. His head ached as he kept the memories from blooming in disgrace. The veteran Colombian sighed and fixed his sleeves absent-mindedly. That kind of training is all I know. The man whispered, showing a hint of vulnerability. Recovery Girl softened her gaze and approached the burly man. The older woman placed her hand on the man's wrist showing comfort. Simone looked softly at the interaction. Isn't that why you came here, Colonel? I don't know the whole story, but I know you left Colombia to escape the war. If you really want to leave that violence behind, how about starting the change with a dreamer child? The doctor spoke in an almost maternal tone. The mulatto's poker face wavered a little. Start all over again, the Colombian thought tentatively, remembering the feeling of freedom he felt as he watched the jungle recede through the airplane window. En el mundo en que yo vivo siempre hay cuatro esquinas, y entre esquina y esquina siempre habrá lo mismo. The mulatto looked at the documents once, seeing the name, Izuku Midoriya, reflexively. I will go to see his parents tomorrow. The mulatto finally said, closing his eyes and putting the documents on his pocket as he stood up under the old woman's gaze. Simone moved toward the door, pausing as he grasped the knob. The mulatto seemed to be debating whether to do or say something. Thank you, he finally said, looking sideways at the heroine. Recovery Girl smiled. Start again, Colonel Garcia. She answered almost cryptically. Simone just nodded and walked out the door. While on his way to his residential complex, Simone took out his cell phone to send a message to Izuku. Boy, first thing tomorrow morning I'm going to your house to talk to your parents. Serious stuff. I know where you live, don't bother sending location, was the written message. When he finally arrived at the front desk of his building, he felt his phone vibrate. Yes, sir, was Izuku's answer. He probably didn't know what else to say. Upon entering, he noticed that as usual, Eraserhead was at a table along with Present Mike and Midnight, chatting and reviewing documents. According to what Aizawa told him, the other two heroes were forcing him to spend time with them outside their apartment. Good afternoon, greeted the brown-haired man, nodding to the heroes, specifically Shota. He was about to walk past as usual when he remembered Recovery Girl's words. The documents in his pocket suddenly felt heavy. I just want to help people. I hate you. The memories hit him. Sighing, he turned to the trio of heroes, approaching. Aizawa looked at him quizzically. Simon's gaze fell on the purple-haired woman. Midnight, right, he addressed the heroine, in his raspy voice and Western accent. Nimari arched an eyebrow at the rustic man. She had tried to speak to him every time they met, but each time he simply replied formally and went on his way. It seemed he only spoke to Aizawa. You can call me Nimari, Mr. Coronel. The blue-eyed woman replied with a smile, saying the last word in broken Spanish. You're a school psychologist, right? Would you mind if we could talk about something? In private, the man asked formally, earning a curious look from the woman. Sure, big guy. Lead the way. Confused, the woman agreed, getting up. Simone then began to walk with the voluptuous woman following him, all to the confused looks of the two male heroes. Why se parece tanto a papa, hombre del alma buena? Musutafu, the next day. To say that Izuku Midoriya was nervous was an understatement. Yesterday, he had apparently made an important discovery about his quirk, inside the facilities of UA, the academy of his dreams. He had discovered that he only had to open his eyes to have a better control of his quirk. Plus Mentor also seemed to have understood something else. When he returned home the night before, he had been activating his quirk the whole time, not teleporting, but his new vision. It had become addictive in a short time. It was like seeing the world naked, being able to notice all the energy fluctuating in space, even being able to see people's energy. It seemed that each energy was assigned a color randomly or based on the personality Izuku had about that person. For example, his master's energy was black, turbulent, imposing. His mother's was a natural green, somewhat fickle but mostly soothing. Izuku's own energy was an emerald green with black spots, with a rather chaotic flow. Besides playing with his eyes, Izuku almost teleported to the moon when he saw the message from his sensei. He wanted to come and meet his mother, even though he seemed to think he lived with his father too. The green-haired young man was hyperventilating for several minutes before replying to the mulatto. Izuku was really afraid. He didn't understand why his sensei suddenly wanted to meet his family, considering his words on the first day of training. That means I won't be your daddy, I won't comfort you if you cry, I don't give a shit if you have problems, if mommy didn't make you your favorite breakfast. I couldn't care less about any of that, do you understand? The young man would be lying if he said those words didn't hurt him a little, but it wasn't an alien feeling. I don't know why I thought it would be different. Besides, Sensei is doing too much for me already by training me. It's not necessary for him to treat me well, no one has ever done that anyways. Izuku thought sadly as he bandaged his arms, it had become a habit after so many years. Izuku hated the wounds his own quirk inflicted on him, he hated the wounds his bullies inflicted on him, but the wounds he hated the most were those. Emerald eyes stared at the scarred skin of his wrists, his whole body trembled and the windows of his soul grew moist. Desperately, he covered his wrists with the bandages, stifling a beep of frustration. Handful of complaints, but I can't help the fact that everyone can see these scars. Telling his mother about Sensei coming up was also a trip to the underworld for him. Although they had improved their somewhat withered relationship somewhat, the young Midoriya still had his reservations with his adoring mother. He loved her more than anything in the world, but the wound of desolation does not heal easily. He tried not to blame her, but it was hard not to resent her. Just as he felt with all might. The green-eyed boy shook his head to avoid thinking about the number one hero, which was ironic looking at his room. He had put away all the All Might posters and many of his figures, leaving only a few of his favorites. His room looked less fanboyish. Izuku felt childish that he felt the need to keep his favorite hero's merchandise, but he just couldn't help himself. Suddenly, he heard the doorbell ring. His body tensed and he rushed out of his room, wearing a blue jean and a plain black t-shirt. Izuku-chan, your teacher is here," his mother shouted, just as frightened as he was. The poor lady might be more nervous than her son. The lady was wearing a dark green sweater over a white shirt, a knee-length black skirt and blue slippers. The young man was in charge of opening the door for him. There, his master was in his usual attire, black pants, black vest, black tie and a formal white shirt underneath. His face was the same as always, although Izuku could notice something slightly different in his expression, but he could not tell what it was. "Good morning, Izuku," he greeted his student formally. He immediately noticed his trembling and nervousness. Behind the frightened boy stood an older, female version of him. She must be his mother. "Good morning, sir. It's a pleasure to have you here. This is my mother, Izuku Midoriya," introduced the green-haired young man to his mother. Simone took a step forward, bowing as the green-haired lady did the same. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Izuku-san. My name is Simone Garcia." He spoke respectfully, using Japanese suffixes. It's a pleasure to meet you, Garcia-san. Thank you very much for taking care of my son," the lady replied, trembling and without looking at the intimidating man. Simone took a few seconds to analyze the lady. Chubby, short, with dark circles under her eyes, her green hair was well groomed, she trembled like a sheet of paper and stammered as if she were being threatened. Simon's theory of domestic violence by the mother was in the toilet, which left only one option. "Excuse me for being so bold, Izuku-san, is your husband at home? What I came to talk about today also concerns him," the mulatto asked without any filter, looking around the apartment as Izuku closed the door behind him. Simone noticed how they both tensed at the mention of the Midoriya patriarch. Excuse me, Garcia-san, but Izuku's father doesn't live with us. He left to work in the United States almost 10 years ago, he hasn't come back since then, he only sends money," the lady replied shakily. Simone noticed the look in both green-haired people's eyes, it was disturbing. So, the theory of domestic violence was almost entirely dismissed. It was difficult for Izuku to be hit from across the ocean. However, there was still a psychological factor, abandonment. "I understand, excuse my indiscretion. If you like, we can continue talking at the table," said the mulatto, waiting to be directed to the place. Mrs. Midoriya apologized effusively and guided him to the central table, both adults followed by a silent Izuku. "Well, Izuku-san, how much has your son told you about his training with me?" the brown-haired man asked, once they were seated. "I have already known for a while that he had been training with someone, and last night he explained to me how he met you. I recognize you from the news of that incident, thank you so much for saving my Izuku-chan." The mother bowed, holding back the urge to cry. Simone looked at her reflectively. "I see, that makes things easier. You see, I came today mainly to introduce myself and to apologize for not having done so earlier. Also, to ask your permission to take Izuku on a training trip," explained the mulatto as succinctly as he could, earning surprised looks from both Midoriyas. "Training trip," whispered mother and son. "That's right, Izuku will be going on vacation in a couple of weeks, and I consider it timely for his training to gain experience in different environments. Especially, considering the recently discovered complexity of his quirk," explained the Colombian, earning a confused and hesitant look from Izuku. "His quirk, it has always been very difficult for him to handle, he always gets hurt and I worry a lot about him," the mother mentioned in a distressed tone. Izuku looked down at the floor. "I know, but I can assure you that this is not the first time I have trained someone with a complicated quirk. In addition, we have the support of the UA Academy. Just yesterday we were there testing his quirk, where I discovered that the true nature of his ability is much more than we thought," the mulatto continued explaining. Izuku was surprised. His sensei was always of few words. However, the Colombian was no stranger to giving speeches. As a military man he has had to give many talks, attend meetings and debates where much eloquence was required. What I mean is that Izuku, under my command, could gain control of his quirk. And yes, that includes not hurting himself anymore. The man declared, causing Inko to look at him with surprise and a hint of hope. But how? His quirk counselor gave up on him since Izuku-chan was 5 years old. Even other doctors didn't know what was wrong with his body. The older Midoriya said confused. The younger Midoriya looked equally intrigued at his master. It is complicated to explain, it requires some knowledge in physics to fully understand. In fact, Izuku will also be taking classes with me to understand his quirk, physics classes. The man declared. Mother and son were noticeably confused. I don't know, Garcia-san. The mother murmured doubtfully. Simone noticed how Izuku's body tensed in panic. Please, Okasan, not again, please. Izuku's body filled with fear as he believed that his mother was once again going to give his dream up for lost, preventing him from getting the training he always wanted to have from someone who at least trusted that he could try. Simone saw through Izuku's eyes doubt, frustration and betrayal. Inko-san, let me try to explain why your son was hurting himself so much using his quirk. You see, your son has a warp teleportation type quirk. All quirks registered with that subtype have one thing in common. They all, in order to function, use a physical property called a wormhole. Think of it as the quirk allows its user to bend space at his pleasure, opening a hole to travel through and exit wherever he wishes. Simone explained, taking out a piece of paper and drawing 2 dots at both ends, then folding it over and drawing a pencil through where the 2 dots overlapped. Inko and Izuku nodded, both understanding. However, one thing I noticed is that your son's quirk did not seem to behave like an ordinary warp quirk. It is not normal for random body parts to be ripped off through a wormhole. At UA we did an experiment yesterday, and it confirmed my suspicions. Your son's quirk uses quantum properties to function. Just so you understand, it's as if all the particles that make up your son's body are pulled apart and put back together in the desired location. Explained the man. Inko was having a bit of trouble keeping up with him, but Izuku, being as smart as he was, understood everything. Not only that, the young man came to a realization. So, that's why, suddenly exclaimed the emerald-eyed boy, gaining the attention of both adults. Honey, the mother asked, not understanding. Simone looked at his student cryptically. Something to share, Izuku? The man asked. Izuku kept looking at his left hand, where the scars that had tormented him all his life were. If what you say is true, sir, that means that the injuries I caused myself are due to some of the particles not being able to travel at all, right? Izuku deduced, totally concentrated. Simone found it curious how every time the young man explained something all his insecurities disappeared. In essence, yes, there have been cases where you have not been injured, so it is possible to master it. Inko-san, your son will be able to master his quirk. He assured the shivering mother. Inko was trembling, and it wasn't long before she felt tears welling up in her eyes. What she felt was a mixture of excitement, joy, dread and hope, but the strongest emotion was undoubtedly guilt. I'm so sorry, Izuku. That time had been the first of many times she broke her little son's heart. Eventually little Izuku stopped asking her if he could be a hero, if she could take him to the counselor, and she made no effort to help him. She gave up on her son's dream, one that she knew was not a mere infatuation, it was pure desire. Her little boy had been born with the gift of wanting to help, from a young age he had always been that way. She could never comfort her son, she could never trust him. A foreign hero who had been in the country for 3 months could. While Izuku was still apathetic, still indecisive, still lonely, every time he came back from training tired, bruised and with pain all over his body, she could appreciate a look she never expected to see again. The sparkle in those beautiful emerald eyes had returned, just like the first time he saw that All Might video. Inko suddenly stood up and approached Simone, who looked at her in confusion. Suddenly, the green-haired woman got down on her knees, bowing. Thank you so much for trusting my son. Please help him to be the hero I never told him he could be." The mother's desperate cries echoed through the apartment, to the surprised looks of both men. Izuku opened his eyes green as the purest jade with accumulated tears, barely able to process his mother's words and the fact that he was kneeling in front of his sensei. Those last words made Izuku's heart feel heavy. That was the day I felt, for the first time, that my mother really trusted me. "Okasan," whispered the young man, crying silently. Simone watched the scene with strange feelings. He didn't quite know what to feel. He simply got up from the chair and bent down to the mother's level, taking her by the shoulders. "Please stand up. There is no need to kneel. I thank you for your trust. I promise you that under my command Izuku will be able to decide what kind of hero he wants to be," he said to the mother, helping her to stand up. "With that said, there are a few things I'd like to talk to you about. No quirks or heroics. It's better if it's in private," Simone commented after waiting a few minutes for mother and son to calm down a bit. Yeah, sure. Izuku-chan, why don't you go to the store to buy some rice and fish? We have very little," she asked her son, who hesitantly agreed and stood up. However, he stood there staring at the ground. Suddenly, the green-haired young man hugged his mother. The woman did not expect it, but it did not take her long to embrace her little son, squeezing him in her arms as if she was afraid that he was going to run away. "Thank you so much, Okasan. I love you," he whispered to his mother, before breaking the hug and quickly walking away. In less than a few seconds Izuku was out of the apartment, leaving his mother with a tearful smile. "So what did you want to talk about, Garcia-san?" she asked a little more calmly. Simone sighed. There was no easy way to tell her things. "Did you know that not all of your son's injuries were due to your quirk?" Simone decided to be direct. For the next 15 minutes, the Midoriya apartment was filled with the sound of heartbroken cries, exclamations of denial and in essence, the sound of a mother in pain, one of nature's most heartbreaking sounds. Simone spared no details, showed him the photos taken of Izuku, explained the difference between burn wounds, told him about the time he saw the blonde brat smash Izuku's face in. Because of all this, it is suggested that Izuku start taking therapeutic consultations, UA offered even though Izuku is not yet a student. He would be taking sessions with the heroine Midnight. She is a mental health professional. Currently she also takes the case of another student with complicated traumas. The mulatto explained. Although it is not an official classification, Hound Dog usually takes cases of students with conflicting personality problems. I usually take cases of students with problems stemming from some trauma. Send the child to me. Those were Nimari Kayama's words the night before. The professional heroine had instructed him on how to handle the talk with Izuku's mother. However, Simone preferred more directness. I want my son to be happy. I want to stop being a failure as a mother." Inko began to speak after a couple of minutes in silence. Simone listened attentively. "Every time my baby asked me if he could be a hero, I could only apologize and cry. I always felt guilty. When you're a parent, you only have one thing clear: to make your child feel safe no matter what, and that rules out telling him that his dream is over," said the mother, between shy cries. Simon's gaze was lost in Inko's last words. "Mommy will always be with you, Majito. Whenever you remember me, I will be by your side with God, watching over you." Simone put his hand to his head, massaging his brow as he adjusted his tie. "However, I committed a horrible sin in doing so. Every mother's duty is to believe in her children, no matter what the circumstances. I failed my baby. I have failed him so much," ended Mother Midoriya with a whisper. Simone looked at her, conflicted, and finally put a hand on the woman's shoulder. "Honestly, Inko-san, I'd like to tell you that it's not your fault. But it is. However, telling you what you already know won't do much good." Simone began to speak, softening his gaze. Since yesterday, the mulatto had been too vulnerable. The talk with Recovery Girl and the fluctuating memories in his mind had kept him awake. "I am not a father, but I am a soldier. I have lived through war. I have been on the front lines, filling my hands with blood so that children do not have to suffer the cruelties of the world. I have kept the war going in the desolate forest of conflict. I don't know about parenting, but I know about responsibility. Your responsibility was to take care of Izuku, and while I don't think you were a malicious mother, you are right that you have failed. The Colombian continued speaking. The look in Inko's eyes was one of pure suffering. But I think you should take this as a new chance. Izuku loves you as every son loves his mother. His forgiveness is not that difficult. Believe in him, Inko-san. After all, the only beings that are allowed to blindly trust someone are mothers with their children. The brown-haired man finished speaking. His tone of voice during the whole conversation was not his characteristic harsh and tired tone. It was hard but soft, transmitting his authority, but without imposing it. Inko couldn't take it anymore and threw herself into the colonel's arms, burying her face in the man's broad chest as she cried her eyes out. Simone froze, shocked by the action. He didn't know what to do, so he awkwardly just slapped her back a couple of times. Musutafu, elsewhere, Izuku had finished buying fish and rice for his mother, all the while thinking about his sensei's words, analyzing the implications of his quirk's new features. Unbeknownst to him, he had been muttering like crazy, earning strange looks from the rest of the people. Did he say my quirk had quantum properties? I guess what he said about particles. Truth be told, I'm not very familiar with quantum physics. I should look into it. So maybe with my new vision the energy I see is the quantum energy of particles. Is that even a true concept? Being able to see or somehow perceive the quantum world is amazing and terrifying at the same time. It's like seeing the micro world over the macro. Izuku's mutterings were as frantic as ever. His body was on automatic as he paid and left the store. As he walked out the door, he casually looked up slightly. His mumbling stopped. A few meters away from him were those red eyes. Those red eyes that haunted him in nightmares. For some reason, despite seeing him almost every day at school, seeing him casually, plus being as sensitive as he was, made his fears multiply. It was already difficult to control his panic attacks every time he casually heard the sizzling hands of that blonde he once called his friend. I am what I want you to want, what I want you to feel, but it's like no matter what I do, I can't convince you to believe this is real. Izuku could feel his chest tighten and his breathing was starting to become ragged, his body tensed and all the green-haired boy wanted to do was disappear under the ground. He felt his eyes glow, trying to avoid the urge to close them and simply forced his quirk to shut down. Hey, isn't that Deku? One of the cronies spoke, and Izuku simply walked as fast as he could in the opposite direction. To his good fortune, he was not followed. The poor emerald-eyed boy leaned against a wall when the tent was no longer visible. He was breathing heavily. Would he ever feel safe? Musutafu, Shizuoka Prefecture. Next day. Due to the stressful time that both Izuku and mother went through, Simone told him that they would postpone this consultation at the AU to the next day. However, Inko did decide to go talk to Chio and Midnight about Izuku. So you want me to be the one to tell him that he will be attending psychological consultations? Why? Simone asked confused, looking at the two heroines and the mother. We think that since in Izuku's mind you were the first person he trusted, he would take it best if you were the one to open up about the harassment and everything else. Midnight explained, with Recovery Girl nodding. Please, Garcia-san, I only want the best for my son. Inko pleaded, clasping her hands together. Simone sighed and adjusted his tie. All right, I'll do it. That was the conversation the mulatto had yesterday. Midnight felt that the training trip would be a good time to bring up the subject a little at a time. After all, they will be almost 3 months away from Musutafu. Simone found it curious how the Japanese education system had changed. Before, classes started in April and ended in March, divided into 3 academic terms, from April to July, September to December and then from January to April. However, over time it changed a bit. Classes still started in April, but in the middle of the year students only had 2 weeks off, so the periods were divided between April to June, July to September and September to December, leaving students with almost 3 months of vacation. With that being said, it was already approaching the second to last week of December and Izuku would be leaving his first year of middle school. From what he heard from Midnight, she had recommended to Inko to change Izuku's school next year, as apparently Inko a few times went so far as to ask different teachers of Izuku if everything was alright, many times them being the ones who complained about Izuku by calling him a troublemaker. The green-haired young man was back in the testing room with the same people as last time, with the inclusion of Midnight. They redid the same exercise as last time 3 times with different bracelets, same result. Not only had Izuku teleported smoothly 3 times, but only once did he generate a small scratch. So, Midoriya-kun, tell me about your eyes. Nezu said, reading the last entries of Izuku's analysis book. Beside him were 12 other books that the director read in record time. It's as if I can see the energy around me, but it doesn't seem to be thermal energy or anything similar. It is another type of energy. When I focus on teleporting, my green energy appears all over the room and I have to concentrate on a specific place in order to appear there. However, I have noticed that the final position is not correct. Even in a basic horizontal shift of a few meters there seems to be a margin of error in my final position no matter how much I concentrate on where I want to be. Izuku as such was not mumbling, he was speaking loud and clear, but he was speaking incredibly fast. Power loader. Midnight and Aizawa looked at him in exasperation, with Nezu and Simone being the only ones who seemed to keep up with him. Are you saying that when you focus on teleporting, your own green energy appears all over the room? Are you saying as if it's coating the whole room? Or as if silhouettes of energy like yours are appearing all over the place? Simone asked, completely focused, as he finished writing something in a notebook that he then passed to Nezu. Aizawa noticed mathematical symbols that he could not understand. I would say rather the latter, sir. But what does it mean? Izuku replied, thoughtfully. Nezu finished reading and looked at Simone, nodding. Simone put away his notebook. To explain it to you, you'll have to go through physics classes with me, said the mulatto, making the green-haired boy tremble a little. Actually, Colonel, let me teach him, at least for the time he is here, said Nezu. Everyone looked at him with surprise and doubt. Aren't you too busy being the director of the AU and all? The Colombian asked sarcastically. The director just laughed. Well, I have some time, and young Midoriya-kun has certainly impressed me with his notes. Besides, while I know you are well qualified, Colonel, it would be better for him if someone with pedagogical notions taught him at the beginning. Nezu explained, laughing. Shota and Nimari arched their eyebrows, while they both knew that Simone was smart. More than once it seemed that Nezu set his academic skills too high. Sir, can I ask you a question? Suddenly asked the emerald-eyed boy. What's the matter, kid? Simone asked. The greenette was fidgeting nervously and trembling. Well, I've been wondering. How do you know so much about science and stuff? Principal Nezu has already implied that, well, you know a lot. The boy asked shyly. Midnight thought he looked cute. Simone looked at his student with thoughtful eyes. The mulatto adjusted his tie and sighed. That's because I'm a doctor in theoretical physics, kid, replied the mulatto. Everyone except Nezu was surprised. You have a PhD in physics. Unexpected. I thought you had been in the military most of your life, Eraserhead said, looking confused at his future co-employee. Simone looked at the clandestine hero. The military is not only full of people who know how to fight, they often pay for promising soldiers to study certain fields that the government is in need of. Like in World War II, when they forced several renowned scientists to participate in human and nuclear research projects, explained the mulatto. Shota nodded in understanding. Nezu was still laughing as he sipped his tea. Simone then noticed the look Izuku was giving him. The teenager was looking at him with wide eyes and mouth, bright eyes and a slight blush. The mulatto arched an eyebrow. Midnight thought he looked cute. You are amazing, sir. Not only are you a hero, you also have a doctorate, said the boy smiling in complete admiration. Simone felt strange listening to the boy's words. He did not know how to define the sensation. I hate you. The Colombian looked away, sighing. Whatever, boy. After that, Nezu led Izuku to his office in the company of Aizawa, as the young Midoriya wanted to start immediately with his classes. Simone simply left, although a curious Midnight caught up with him. Izuku-kun is very cute, suddenly said the blue-eyed woman, walking next to the mulatto. Simone did not answer. It's horrible for what he had to go through at such a young age. I've seen cases like this before, and I wish I didn't have to see them again. Midnight began to say in a serious tone. The stout man gave her a sidelong glance. It breaks my heart how even in a society of heroes it is impossible to save everyone. But at least Izuku-kun found you and can now receive help. Finished saying the beautiful woman with a slight smile. Children of the forest, Simone whispered. Midnight looked at him in confusion, having only caught the last bit. She decided not to say anything. The look on the chestnut's face seemed complicated. Unbeknownst to them, a thin blonde man in a yellow suit had spotted the group leaving the research building. The man's tired blue eyes were fixed on the figure of the green-haired boy. Young Midoriya, whispered the blonde. With Izuku, he and the two heroes were in the office. Nezu had started by taking out some basic physics books and gave him a little test to find out what level the young man was at. After determining that Izuku had a good grasp of classical mechanics, Nezu began to explain new concepts to Izuku on the blackboard while the boy took notes. Aizawa had pulled out a yellow sleeping bag of sorts and had begun to sleep. After a while, Nezu received a call and excused himself with the teenager to attend a quick meeting. Izuku was left alone with Aizawa sleeping. The green-haired boy began to look at the sleeping man, trying to determine which hero he was. He had recognized everyone but the black-haired man. The man kept to himself. He seemed to get along well with the Colombian colonel. Stop looking at me, you're keeping me awake. The man's raspy voice startled Izuku, making him shiver and scream, cowering in his chair. I'm sorry, said the boy, trembling. Shota watched him. Was he really scared? It's okay, don't worry. Were you trying to guess which hero I am? The black-eyed man asked. Izuku looked down and nodded ruefully. Well, it's no surprise that you don't know me. I'm an underground hero. I stay out of the public eye. Explained the man. The emerald-eyed boy looked at him interested and thoughtful. Due to your quirk, Mr. Aizawa? The teenager asked, still trembling. Shota arched his eyebrow. Yes, my quirk works best as a surprise factor. Good thinking, complimented the black-haired man. May I ask what your quirk is? Asked the green-haired boy, hesitantly. That would be counterproductive for an underground hero, Midoriya. Aizawa replied. Why yes, I know. Sorry for asking. The greenhead apologized, glancing at his notebook sheepishly. Ever since Simone casually told him that he was training a middle school student, Shota labeled him as irrational. When he discovered it was the same brat who had thrown himself into a hostage situation, it was the height of irrationality. But Simone had a point about something. The kid had the balls to do the job that the adults who were there should have done, in this case the heroes. A child shouldn't do an adult's job, but that brat didn't hesitate. Shota could not ignore that he was a 13-year-old brat, with more problems and traumas than days alive. He noticed that the first day he met him, at first he had thought he would be an idiot who liked to show off his power or a jerk who had had his head filled with the idea that he was going to be a great hero. But it turned out that not only was he not that, he was quite the opposite. He was scary, insecure, full of injuries caused either by his own quirk or by bullies. He couldn't control his power because apparently you had to have a PhD to understand it. I just want to help people. The boy was lost. He wanted to be a hero, but didn't know if he could. He probably didn't think he was good enough, doubting if he could ever control his power and if it would do any good. Shota could relate to that a bit. My quirk allows me to erase the quirks of others if I look at them. Suddenly blurted the dark-haired man, after several minutes in silence. Izuku listened and was shocked, until a realization came to his mind. You're Eraserhead, exclaimed the boy in excitement, earning a surprised look from the older man. How do you know who I am? He asked in confusion. Aizawa wasn't kidding when he said he was little known. He was respected among heroes, but in the common people he might as well be a ghost. Izuku started talking fast about how great his quirk was, how much his fighting style inspired him, and other things that Shota couldn't pick up on. Eventually, Izuku fell silent, still twitching in his seat from excitement. Tell me, child, why did you put yourself in danger on that occasion? It was extremely dangerous and irrational. If it wasn't for Simone, you and that other child would have died. The man asked. Izuku got excited and began to tremble. He felt another scolding coming. He also wondered at times, why had he done it? He reflected on it every so often, and he was right that it was unwise. But he had no regrets. Izuku had seen those bloody red eyes begging for help, and regardless that they were the same eyes that frightened him, he couldn't help but do something to save him. I couldn't help it. I saw Ka-Ka-chan's eyes asking for help and my legs moved on their own. The boy answered honestly. Shota opened his eyes, totally surprised as he climbed out of his sleeping bag. Hey, this is your umbrella, isn't it? The image of a blue-haired boy appeared in his mind. Shota had a reflective look on his face as he looked at Izuku. He could see the similarities between the boy and himself when he was younger, but he could also see the resemblance to that other idiot of yesteryear. When I was attending UA, I had a friend. Like you, that idiot acted without thinking. He saw someone in danger and didn't think about the consequences, he just helped them. Aizawa started to tell out of nowhere, earning a confused look from Izuku. On the other hand, I was the opposite. I thought a lot about the consequences, but not because I rationalized, I did it because I doubted myself. Aizawa approached the emerald-eyed young man. Izuku now listened attentively to the man's words. He helped me find confidence in myself. He inspired me in more ways than one. Eraserhead said in a solemn tone. The green-haired young man looked conflicted as he noticed the man's expression. What happened? The teenager asked hesitantly. Shota kept looking at Izuku. He died, saving me, the man declared. Izuku felt a pang of empathy. Eraserhead didn't show it and was good at hiding it, but the green-haired young man could see the pain in his dark eyes. I'm so sorry. The boy didn't know what else to say. Ironically, that was the first day I felt like a real hero. I managed to apprehend the villain with my friend's inspiring words in mind. When it was all over, I was told that he had not survived. He continued counting. Aizawa touched his glasses absent-mindedly. I remember that day well and badly at the same time, but if I could define what the feeling was like when I threw myself at the villain, I would say, my legs moved on their own. Shota stated. Izuku watched him with wide eyes, his beautiful jade-colored eyes were filling with tears. You remind me a little bit of me back then and a little bit of my friend. Don't waste your life, take advantage of the opportunities you are being given now. I understand that you were unlucky most of your life, but you are lucky now. Some people were never lucky, he said in a serious tone to the sobbing boy, who only nodded. There was silence for a couple of minutes. Mr. Aizawa, when will I know I can be a hero? When will I know I am ready? Izuku asked with a desperate tone. The young brunette had been gnawing at his head for months now. He had already been told he had potential, but could he be a hero? I don't know, can you? Please help him be the hero I never told him he could be. What kind of hero do you want to be? What is a hero to you? I don't think you can be a proper hero. Shota looked at the conflicted young man, tearing up in despair. It was déjà vu. Shota remembered some words from his friend. The three of us should open an agency together. That's my plan, said the young blue-haired man smiling at Eraserhead and present mic students. How can you be so sure that we will all become heroes? Especially me. Why are you so sure that I will be a hero? Said a young, apathetic Shota. The young blue-haired man just smiled. I guess I can't know. It's just a leap of faith. Shota glanced at Izuku before turning away, feeling the young man's gaze burning his back. Aizawa bent down to pick up and put away his sleeping bag. He headed for the door, and before leaving he turned to see an embattled Izuku. You won't know, it's a leap of faith. That's all it is, Midoriya. A leap of faith. Without further words, the clandestine hero retreated from the office, leaving the shocked Izuku in tears. When Nezu returned, Izuku was furiously reading one of the guidebooks while writing notes. The principal noticed something different in the young green-haired boy's gaze. Taki, Mie Prefecture. 1 month later. The next few weeks passed quickly for Izuku. At school he did his best to go unnoticed. The young brunette was able to finish his exams and assignments without incident beyond the occasional hurtful comment from a student or teacher, or someone writing, quirkless, useless, waste of air, and other synonyms on his desk. Surprising as it may seem, to Izuku that seemed pretty minor compared to the things that were done to him before. Their study sessions with the director were fruitful and enjoyable. When they were not studying physics, they talked about quirks and the physics behind them. They were long talks between the intelligent animal and the greenette. Usually, Simone or Aizawa were present. Izuku enjoyed the company of both adults, even if they didn't say much. Physical training with Simone had been based on maintaining his fitness and reflexes, as well as reciting physics concepts, equations and solving problems while he exercised or his mentor threw different types of projectiles at him. It was pretty. With each passing day, Izuku noticed that he had more training scars, and for some reason that made him feel good. At least those scars did mean something positive to him, all his hard work, not like the others that made him feel sick and disgusted with his body. As almost 3 weeks passed, he finally finished his first year of middle school, and he knew that now the really part was about to begin. His mother helped him pack a suitcase with the essentials. He was going away for almost 3 months. When it was time to say goodbye, his mother cried her eyes out as she clung to him like a koala bear. "Izuku-chan, I'm so proud of you." He also cried after those words. He met his mentor at the train station. He didn't have much on him, just a small travel suitcase. He was wearing his black and white suit as usual. Izuku sometimes wondered what his hero suit would look like, if he had one. "Where are we going, sir? I found some pretty wooded places on the internet. Let's go to Mie." And indeed, almost 4 hours of train travel later, Izuku set foot in Mie Prefecture for the first time, specifically the town of Taki. The green-haired boy had never really been here. Whenever he had traveled with his mother, it had always been within Shizuoka or to Tokyo. They soon found themselves at the hotel where they were to stay. It was small, but it looked reliable. Simone had rented just one room for the two of them. Director Nezu had made it clear to him that their little trip was going to come out of his pocket. The areas around the village were wooded, mountainous, the kind of environment the Colombian hero liked. Soon Izuku was on his first day of training. "Well, you have come a long way in your studies and physical training. Now, to understand the science behind your quirk you need more than classical mechanics, so I will now try to explain to you summarized concepts of quantum physics. With any luck, you won't need any more, to begin with, and we can leave the calculations for later." Simone explained to his student. The mulatto knew that explaining quantum physics to a 13-year-old was complicated, but Izuku was smart, very smart. Besides, it's not that he really needs to understand the most formal part of quantum physics. It would be enough for him to understand the concepts to see if it affects in a positive way the functioning of his quirk. "Yes, sir," Izuku shouted. "Now, shut up and listen. I'm going to explain to you the main phenomenon that explains your quirk. It is called quantum superposition. Basically, all subatomic particles, that is, the particles that make up the elements of matter, such as an electron, a neutron, etc., have a curious behavior. Let's do a mental exercise. Suppose I release a proton into the empty space. I had it in my hand, but no longer. One would think that the particle propagates in space as a sphere, but in reality it does so as a wave." The Colombian began to explain, using a marble as an example and then changing it for a long piece of paper with several spheres drawn on it. Izuku watched attentively, not wanting to take notes yet. "So what if I want to know where my proton is now? It turns out that the particle will be everywhere its wave has reached. Kind of like when you throw something into a pond. This generates waves. Imagine that everywhere the waves reached, there's your particle. Now, I understand that you are thinking that it sounds like the particle multiplied, right?" Simone asked, noticing Izuku's conflicted face, who nodded. "Not really. We'll go into detail later, but what really happens is, the particle has a certain probability of being in a certain place in the wave depending on its intensity, and you only know that when you measure where it is. It's called quantum collapse. In essence, it's a random process. It's as if I threw a ball in the real world, and instead of calculating its trajectory with a parabola, I had to calculate the probability of it landing in a certain place depending on the force with which I threw the ball. Do you understand?" Simone asked his student. Izuku then began to mumble, picturing the situations in his mind and sorting out the new concepts. I think I understand. That's why when I use my vision I see how my own energy spreads through the place where I am. Izuku concluded. Simone felt the urge to smile. The boy was smart. Good, you understand. Now, we're going to be training with your quirk. Pretty much like we did in the lab, you're going to teleport horizontally for as many meters as you want or can. The idea is that none of the times you use your quirk you will get hurt, and by that I mean no scratches. Not even one, explained the Colombian, with a stern look on his student, who nodded trembling with fear. Yes, sir. As it turned out, that was easier said than done. After doing a long physical warm-up session, where he had to run up a steep mountain so many times he lost count, he proceeded to train his quirk. He was not happy with the result. After 2 hours of doing simple teleportations, his arms were full of cuts, his legs and even his chest. It was nothing serious, but it was a lot of cuts, as if he had fought with a pack of cats. Simone kept track of how many times he hurt himself. 6 out of 10 times, you hurt yourself by using your quirk in the simplest possible way. In fact, half of the time, I expected that having a better understanding of your quirk, there would be a more significant improvement. I promised your mother that you would not hurt yourself with your quirk again. Try harder, kid. The mulatto seriously scolded his student, giving him the look of a military instructor. The boy only had his head down. What he didn't tell his mentor was that the vast majority of times he used his quirk, those red eyes appeared in his mind. Die. Better kill yourself already, no one will miss you. I just want you to *****ing die. Simone looked at the trembling boy, his hard gaze wavering slightly. If you really want to leave that violence behind, how about starting the change with a dreamer child? But at least Izuku-kun found you and can now receive help. The children, Simone. The children must be taken out of the forest. The mulatto grunted under his breath and adjusted his tie, moving closer to the boy and placing a hand on his shoulder. Izuku shivered at the touch, almost pulling away, but the brown-haired man gripped him firmly. Look, kid, you're doing fine. You just have to try harder. Tried to say the brown-eyed man in the nicest way possible. Izuku just nodded as he wiped his watery eyes with his freshly bandaged forearm. Let's stop the training for today, there is still some daylight, go walk around town. I'll wait for you at the hotel for nightfall, said the mulatto, before turning and walking away. Izuku stood there for a while, pensive, until he finally decided to start walking. I am a little bit of loneliness, a little bit of disregard. Taki, Mie Prefecture. 1 hour later. Izuku expected everything in his life. Suffering, pain, disappointment, despair and more pain. But he sure didn't expect his day to take a 180-degree turn. Izuku Midoriya did not expect a Copernican revolution to happen today. In less than an hour, saddened by his lousy day, he found himself helping an unknown girl his age. The prettiest girl he had ever seen, Izuku would add. He listened to her talk a bit about her problems and he likewise talked to her about his. They ended up comforting each other. But the words that came out of her sweet voice changed everything. After all, today you were my hero. Izuku collapsed after that. He began to cry and sob as he thought of all the times he had been told otherwise, how useless he was. He had lost count of how many times he had been told that someone would rather die than be saved by him. And now a sweet girl had called him her hero. Oh, Midoriya-kun, what's wrong, are you in pain? How can I help you? Ochako started to panic when she saw her new friend crying. The girl wanted to help, but she didn't know how. She started to check him for any wound, and the truth is that he did have several. His arms were bandaged and bloodstained, the same with his legs. Overall he looked pretty bruised, as if he had just come out of a fight, or rather a beating. Oh my god, Midoriya-kun, I didn't notice how hurt you are. What happened to you? Should we go to the hospital? Asked the girl with autumn-colored eyes, looking with extreme concern at the young man while holding him by the shoulders for fear that he would fall, causing the boy to tremble with fear. The young Uraraka girl pushed her hands away believing she had hurt him. Izuku stopped his crying to stare dumbfounded at the steadily blushing girl. Was she worried about him? Why? He was just crying as pathetically as he had always done. In the green-haired young man's mind, it made no sense for Ochako to be worried about him, but that round face full of worry couldn't lie. She couldn't be lying, otherwise Izuku wouldn't be able to stand it. I'm fine. It's just from my training, it doesn't really hurt much, it's just tiredness. Stammered the boy, blushing at the girl's intense gaze. Midoriya-kun, you're really hurt. I understand that it's because of training, but, the girl started to say, hesitantly, looking at the broken state of the green-haired boy. I'm fine, really. Sorry for crying so pathetically. The boy apologized, looking down, not wanting to look at her reaction. Don't say that, I don't think crying is pathetic. Crying releases the tensions of the heart, or at least that's what my mother says. The girl told him, first in a stern tone, and then smiled warmly at him. Izuku looked at her again, her smile was honest and her words felt even more honest. Something felt out of place to him, it didn't make sense. I don't understand, the freckled boy whispered, but Ochako could hear him. What do you mean? Asked the brunette, confused. She noticed how Izuku's face began to twist in different emotions until he finally looked her straight in the eyes. Emerald and Chocolate found themselves staring at each other. Why do you care about me? He asked, looking at her with genuine curiosity. Ochako was able to check her facial features better. His face was a bit round, not as round as hers, his cheeks had those cute freckles, his eyes were big and round, with an emerald color she had never seen before. His expression was what dismayed her the most. She knew this boy was kind, she had always considered herself good at reading people, and he had helped her too, a complete stranger. Those pretty green eyes looked broken. Why shouldn't I? You cared for me, it's only natural that I do too. Ochako finally said, smiling at him without taking her eyes off him. Pardon the way that I stare, there's nothing else to compare. The sight of you leaves me weak, there are not words left to speak. None of them knew at what point a song started playing in the background, or where it was coming from. It didn't really matter. Izuku was more than shocked. It didn't make sense, it really didn't, did it? Why was this girl he had just met an hour ago giving him such cute smiles? Should he stop looking at her? Was he looking like a stalker? Thank you. He could only thank the boy, trying to resist the tears. Izuku stood up straight, being able to notice that he was a little taller than the chestnut. You're welcome. That's what friends are for, right? Ochako said, smiling in a bubbly manner. Izuku's breathing stopped again. Friends. The green-haired young man repeated incredulously. Yes, I like to make friends, I don't have many, but I like it. And you're a great person, I'd like to be your friend. If you want, of course. The bubbly energy was lost at the end as Ochako spoke. She hadn't thought that maybe the nice guy in front of her wouldn't want to be her friend. After all, it wouldn't be the first time she had been laughed at when she offered her friendship. They say that, if you befriend her, she eats all your lunch. If she likes eating so much, why doesn't she eat my dick? At least that way she would be useful. The echoes of the voices in her mind echoed with malice, flooding the chocolate-eyed girl with deep fear. She had always been very friendly. In kindergarten and elementary school that hadn't been a problem. All this animosity towards her had started this year, in middle school. I don't understand, why do you want to be my friend? It doesn't make sense. Izuku's voice brought her out of her thoughts, the boy looked so lost. Could he really not handle the idea of her wanting to be his friend? Or could he just not handle the idea of someone wanting to be his friend? That last thought filled Ochako's heart with sympathy. Izuku had been her hero today, but now he seemed vulnerable. Who saves a hero when a hero needs help? When a hero suffers, who protects him? Ochako took a deep breath and made sure to always smile as she looked at the freckled boy. Actually, it makes sense to me, Midoriya-kun. I know we just met, but I feel that you're a good person and it's always good to have friends like that. Ochako explained her childish reasoning without dropping her spirits. Deep down, she was still worried about the bad experiences, but she wanted to try to help this kind boy. Izuku felt like he had passed out in his training and was dreaming. He felt something in his heart, something new, a warmth he hadn't felt since he was a little boy, a feeling buried by years of abuse and rejection. Someone wanted to be his friend. I do want to be your friend, Uraraka-san. He suddenly exclaimed, bowing slightly. Some tears fell to the floor. He hated crying so much, it made him feel so weak, and he did it all the time. Then he heard a sweet laughter. Hee, you don't have to bow down, Midoriya-kun. You are so serious, said the brunette, holding one of her cheeks as she laughed merrily at the greenette boy. Izuku looked up and blushed heavily, turning his back straight again. Sorry, he apologized shyly. Ochako just smiled, making cheerful sounds. Don't be. Thank you for agreeing to be my friend, Midoriya-kun. She heartily thanked the boy, feeling her worries drift away. Gradually, the boy's smile also returned, both of them staring at each other for a few seconds with red cheeks. Noticing the night again, Ochako remembered that she had to go home, and they started walking out of the park. They both talked about trivial things, between stutters and incredibly comfortable silences. You're not from around here, Midoriya-kun? The girl asked, curious. No, I'm from Shizuoka Prefecture, Musudafu City. I arrived here today with my mentor for my training, explained the boy. I see, yes, your accent gives away that you're not from around here, smiled the brunette, making the green-haired young man blush. The two continued talking for a while after that. Are you training to be a hero so soon? The girl asked, dumbfounded, after Izuku told her a little about what his training was for. Izuku was already with a perpetual blush on his cheeks. Why, yeah, well, it's just that my quirk is complicated to use. A few months ago I met my mentor by chance and he decided to train me, explained the young man haltingly. Ochako nodded in understanding. I see, he's that person you were afraid of letting down, isn't he? I don't think you have to worry, I'm sure he's eager to help you master your quirk, she replied with her bubbly energy that had already charmed the babbling boy. Uraraka-san, if you don't mind me asking, what is your quirk? The boy asked shyly. The chestnut looked at him before smiling and showing him her open hands. The young man again noticed those cute cat-like pads on her fingertips. My quirk is called zero gravity. Everything I touch with my 5 fingers will lose its gravity and start to float, like me before, hee. However, if I make too many heavy things weightless it makes me nauseous, Ochako declared with a silly grin. Izuku looked at her with sparkles in his eyes. That's incredible, Uraraka-san. You have control over one of the 4 fundamental interactions of the universe. Your quirk is incredible, praised the green-haired boy in utter exaltation. Ochako was speechless, blushing furiously until her face was like a tomato. It's not that great, I just float stuff, tried to rebut the autumn-eyed girl, looking away embarrassed. That's awesome. That description of your quirk seems vague though. Making something immune to gravity is quite complicated. Every object with mass can be affected by gravity, and every object with mass has gravity itself because its own mass generates gravity in space. Izuku began to mutter, though not so fast so Ochako could understand him. Well, really she could only understand the words, but not what he was referring to. To deprive an object of its gravity, you must either take away its mass or its gravitons. Of the latter I'm not sure. I recently read an article explaining the discovery of gravitons. It doesn't seem like you take away the object's mass, because the mass would have to go somewhere. It may be that, instead of depriving an object of its gravity, you are actually accelerating them upwards, so that they counteract the acceleration gravitational pull of the Earth, causing them to have negative weight, and thus float. Now he was really mumbling fast. Ochako was getting dizzy. Midoriya-kun, please breathe, begged the girl before going crazy, though, on the other hand, she found his murmur a bit tender. Izuku stopped and blushed. I'm sorry, Uraraka-san. It's a habit of mine. Izuku apologized. No, don't worry, what were you saying about me speeding things up? The girl asked curiously. She was really interested. Midoriya seemed to be quite intelligent. Maybe he could tell her something she didn't know. Well, essentially you can either control gravitons or apply kinetic force to objects. Have you ever tried to make things heavier or go to the left or right? The emerald-eyed young man asked, curious. Ochako, captivated by the boy's intelligence, shook her head. The girl looked at the floor, searching for a big enough rock. Picking it up, she concentrated on making it heavier. She didn't know how, she just wished it would go down instead of up. Touching it with her 5 fingers, a pink glow appeared. Izuku watched the phenomenon fascinated, although he couldn't help but see the girl's face of concentration either. She looked very tender in his eyes, she even seemed to inflate her cheeks. Then, he noticed that the rock did not float, although Ochako had touched it, at least for 5 seconds before it started to float. Wow, I did feel it heavy for a few seconds. You're amazing, Midoriya-kun. Totally ecstatic to have found a new aspect to her quirk, the girl didn't think much of it and hugged her new friend. Izuku trembled at the touch, at first frightened and with his heart pounding from fear. However, the girl's touch was gentle, so the fear left his body a little, leaving only embarrassment. But the warmth and calmness he felt quite appeased his grief. On the other hand, he was a growing teenager, as was his new friend, whose growth was going quite well if you asked Izuku. Trying to ignore those last thoughts, Izuku just tried to concentrate on the warmth he felt in his chest. You'd be like heaven to touch, I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived and I thank God I'm alive. Ochako then realized what she was doing, quickly separating from Izuku as her whole body turned red. I'm sorry, Midoriya-kun. I was excited and didn't think. The girl exclaimed apologetically, wishing she hadn't made her green-haired friend uncomfortable. Izuku's face was red, but there were conflicting feelings in it. He had been scared at first. People don't usually touch him for good things, but the feeling of peace that had filled him had pleased him. It's okay, Uraraka-san. It wasn't bad at all, the boy whispered, but the chestnut heard him. The embarrassed girl then remembered the rock floating a couple of meters above them, quickly lacing her fingers together, causing the rock to fall to the ground. Izuku watched in fascination. Oh, yeah, I bring them back to normal by touching my fingers, hehe. Ochako commented, noticing that she had forgotten that part. Izuku kept talking about how amazing her quirk was, with Ochako blushing. Soon, they started chatting about more banal things, like how old they were and what year of school they were in. They discovered that Izuku was half a year older than the chestnut, and Izuku found out that his new friend's birthday was only a week away. The green-eyed boy commented to her that he lived alone with his mother. Ochako wondered about his father, but she didn't want to impose. She replied that she lived with her parents. As she thought of her parents again, memories of the fight came back to the girl's mind, making her nervous. She had never argued like this with them before, she felt like a spoiled child. But Ochako could not help but feel helpless about the situation. Every day it was more difficult to bring food to the table. Every time the meals were simpler and she noticed how some things in the house were disappearing, like her father's old electric guitar. She didn't know what to do. She felt responsible and wanted to help, but they wouldn't let her. Izuku noticed how the chestnut girl's attitude changed from one moment to the next. She went from smiling to having a worried look on her round and cute face. The freckled boy worried that maybe he had made her uncomfortable with so many questions, but he noticed that the same pain he had noticed before in her eyes had returned. Uraraka-san, is everything all right? He asked shyly and worried. The girl came out of her trance. They were both on the outskirts of the park, on the street that separated the buildings on the site. Ochako was afraid to cross the street and head home. She glanced sideways at her green-haired friend, noticing a worried look in his bright emerald eyes. The gravity girl blushed slightly and looked down, somewhere between embarrassed and ashamed. Is it because of what you talked to me about before? The boy asked in a soft voice, a little stuttering. Ochako began to fiddle with her fingers in nervousness. Yes, I don't want to go home yet. I'm scared, replied the girl timidly. Izuku's eyes widened in alarm at the word, afraid. Uraraka-san, your parents, they hurt you? The green-haired boy asked, scared and nervous. Ochako looked at him in alarm and began to shake her head quickly. No. My parents are the best in the world, it's not that. But it does have to do with them. The chestnut clarified, a little panicked that she had given a bad idea. Izuku sighed in relief, but he was still worried. I understand, I'm sorry for making assumptions. It's just that I'm worried about you. Saying the last, Izuku blushed furiously, he felt he was being too forward. Ochako looked at him embarrassed, not being able to help but think how cute he looked blushing. The girl giggled under her breath. And you wondered why I wanted to be your friend, she said playfully, smiling at him. Izuku swallowed hard, trying to avoid looking at her. Thank you so much for your concern, Midoriya-kun, sorry to be a bother just getting to know each other. Apologized the girl with a half-sad smile. Why, you're no trouble at all, Uraraka-san. I know we hardly know each other, but I'm going to be around for a few more months. If you want to talk about it, it can be now or whenever you want to. Kindly offered the green-eyed boy, much more nervous than before. Ochako felt her heart beat a little harder, then looked at Izuku with her big chocolate eyes as she fiddled with a lock of her hair. Are you asking me out with you? Ochako asked shyly. The color faded from Izuku's face only to return as a living red. The boy was fuming when he realized that his choice of words was not the best. No, I mean, yes, no, I mean, not like that, sorry. Izuku went through several stages of embarrassment as he felt the skin on his face melt from embarrassment and covered it with his arms, until he ended up apologizing by bowing his face. The boy looked up when he heard the bubbling laughter of his new friend. He looked at her, she was giggling lightly as she looked at him, a pink blush covering her big cheeks. Haha, you're so funny, Midoriya-kun. Don't worry, I know what you mean. I would like to see you again while you're here. Replied as calm as the girl could, although her heart was quite racing. Izuku was about to faint. After the embarrassing moment, they both laughed a little and stood looking at the street in an awkward silence. Ochako then noticed that the stall where they sold mochis was right in front of them. Then the brown-eyed girl remembered that she had not eaten anything since lunch. Izuku noticed the girl's intense gaze. He followed her gaze and looked at the pastry shop. They were selling mostly mochis from what he could see, and Ochako was looking straight at the strawberry ones. The green-haired boy was always very observant, so it was not difficult for him to notice that the chestnut was hungry, seeing how she very casually touched her stomach. Would you like to eat something before you go home? Izuku asked, shyly. The chestnut was startled, with an expression of a child caught about to get into mischief. I'm not hungry, she lied shamelessly, playing with her fingers. However, her stomach betrayed her at that moment, growling. I think you are hungry, Uraraka-san, said the young brunette, chuckling slightly to the chestnut's embarrassment. I don't have the money to buy even a mochi anyway. She whispered sadly, inadvertently letting slip a tidbit of information about her current financial state. Izuku caught the sad and tired tone in which she said it, so it must be something that happens to her often. Maybe her financial state is not in good condition. The green-eyed boy stopped mentally digging into his friend's private life and concentrated on what was important. Without saying a word, Izuku crossed the street, catching the attention of the chestnut girl who watched him walk away in silence. The chocolate-eyed girl ducked her gaze, believing that the boy had finally had enough of her, perhaps noticing how ugly she was or how horrible her clothes were. Memories of many previous rejections in this year came to her mind. Here, take this. Izuku's voice brought her out of her turbulent thoughts. There he was, with his nervous look and a trembling hand stretched out in front of her, offering her a strawberry mochi. In his other hand, the boy held another mochi. Ochako stared mesmerized between the boy's face and the pastry he was offering her. I saw that you were looking directly at the strawberry one. Sorry if I was wrong, we can ask them to change it for another one. The boy commented shyly, averting his gaze. Why, you didn't have to do it, Midoriya-kun. The girl could barely stammer in shock, her heart pounding. She has always been very reluctant to accept charity. The brunette has great pride when it comes to money and hates to feel pitied. But Izuku wasn't making her feel less, he really cared about her, it wasn't pity. It felt good. Shyly and trembling, the girl took the mochi from the boy's hand, brushing her fingers a little with his bandaged ones. They both stood, shyly eating their pastries in silence. It's my favorite, Ochako suddenly blurted out, making Izuku look at her. The strawberry mochi, it's my favorite, said the girl, taking bites of her cupcake. To Izuku's eyes, the girl looked tender eating the mochi. She took small shy bites, and her pink cheeks puffed out with each bite. The green-haired boy swallowed and averted his gaze. Soon, they couldn't procrastinate anymore and Ochako started walking home with Izuku by her side. The girl was still eating her mochi. Izuku had already finished his. The girl actually wanted to eat it quickly, but was embarrassed. The young green-haired boy noticed the conflicted look return to her friend as they walked. Uraraka-san, excuse me if I intrude. I don't know what happened with your parents, but whatever it was, I don't think they think you're not enough. I know they love you. Every parent should love their children, and if something happened between you and them, I'm sure you'll be able to fix it. The boy began to say, feeling nervous about meddling. He glanced sidelong at his friend, who was looking at him gently, but still conflicted. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. It's just, I'm afraid, and they don't want me to worry, but I do. I can't not be scared, and they just tell me not to be. Explained the girl quietly. Izuku hummed thoughtfully. The emerald-eyed boy could understand his friend a little. He too had had a strange relationship with his mother. She worried a lot about him and he always tried to make her not to worry, keeping all his emotions to himself. Unfortunately, doing that caused Izuku to generate a slight resentment towards his progenitor, tearing their mother-son bond, and just a few months ago it was being rebuilt. All thanks to his mentor Simone. Izuku looked at Ochako. Would she have someone to talk to about this? Or had she just been venting so far? If that was the case, he understood the look of pain in her eyes that he saw earlier in her pretty autumn eyes. It's okay to be scared. I'm scared all the time too. Why you don't have to hide your emotions, Uraraka-san. You said you trust me, so now I trust you. He said the last without stuttering, trying to show as much confidence as possible and ignoring the embarrassment he felt. Ochako looked at the boy she had met purely by chance. Both had opened their hearts to strangers in search of comfort. She thought it was going to stay that way. Two strangers who let off steam and then went on their way. Little did Ochako know that when two bodies interact, they can come to orbit each other. Thank you very much, Midoriya-kun. It was all the girl could say, giving him a bright smile and a soulful look. Izuku was captivated by the autumn eyes once again. You're just too good to be true, can't take my eyes off you. Ochako soon saw her house peek around the corner, and in the doorway she could make out her father. The girl could see how her father stood up from his chair and seemed to say something. After a few seconds, her mother came out and they both walked hurriedly to the garden when the brunette was finally there. Ochako. Both parents shouted her name. The aforementioned girl closed her eyes thinking she was going to be scolded, but instead she felt how she was surrounded by her parents. The serious girl opened her eyes, noticing how they both hugged her tightly with worried faces. My goodness, princess, you had us so worried. I was restraining myself from going to the police to have them look for you. I was so scared, her father said in grief. Don't ever leave like that again, baby, you are our world. We wouldn't know what to do without you, his mother said, almost in tears. Ochako broke down, returned the embrace to her parents and let some silent tears fall down her cheeks. I'm so sorry, apologized the younger brunette in a broken voice. Her mother stroked her back while her father stroked her hair. Shish, calm down baby. Dad and I apologize too. You're right, you're growing up and you deserve to know the things that happen. Nobara consoled in a motherly tone. Ochako hugged them tighter. Daddy just wanted to take care of you, princess. Please don't think you're a burden, you're not. Without you we have no life. Sosuke said, hugging his little daughter. The man had cried hearing his daughter's words before he left, words he said so long ago and not with bad intentions. He just felt pathetic for not being able to give his family the life they deserved. Izuku watched from a couple of meters behind the scene with a smile. By pure chance, he checked his cell phone, realizing that since he first saw Ochako it had already been more than 3 hours, 2 hours since nightfall. Had they talked that much? The house wasn't that far from the park, unless they had walked very slowly. Izuku saw with horror that he had a few messages from his mentor asking him where he was. Oh God, He's going to kill me," whispered the young brunette boy fearfully, turning around to start to leave, feeling he was no longer necessary. The whisper somehow reached the ears of Ochako, who remembered her new friend. The chestnut looked back and watched as her friend began to walk away. "Midoriya-kun," she called out to him, not understanding why he leaves without saying goodbye. That caught the attention of her parents, who for the first time noticed that their daughter was not alone. Exalted, exclaimed the young man, stopping abruptly and turning to look at the Uraraka family. Izuku suddenly felt small before the curious and judging gaze of his new friend's parents, especially her father, who was as big as his own mentor. "Oh, who is this young man, Ochako?" Nobara asked curiously and a little giggly, looking at her daughter. The chocolate-eyed girl blushed a little. He's a friend, I met him today in the park. He helped me and accompanied me," stammered the girl, earning an amused look from her mother and an arched eyebrow from her father. Izuku, noting that it was disrespectful to be so far away while being spoken to, got close enough to the family. Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Uraraka. It's a pleasure. My name is Izuku Midoriya." The brunette introduced himself a little nervously, bowing respectfully. His legs were shaking a little, he didn't know if it was because of pain or nerves. For the first time in his life he was making a friend, who was a girl, and in a few hours he was already meeting her parents. Nobara laughed lightly, noticing the embarrassment of both teenagers. Sosuke looked analytically at the boy. "Good evening, young man. Is it true what my daughter says? Did you help her?" Sosuke greeted his daughter's friend. Nobara's eyes twisted as she watched her husband try to be intimidating, and Ochako could only blush. Izuku got a little excited, standing up straight. The image of his friend's father scared him a little, but after several months training with Simone, he was somewhat immune to that, especially since Simone was taller, more robust and menacing. Yes, sir. I just happened to be on the same sidewalk when I saw her float," explained the green-eyed young man nervously. Ochako put her hands to her cheeks in embarrassment as her mother laughed lightly at her. Even Sosuke looked at his daughter with amusement. Nobara then noticed something that she had not been able to see well due to the lack of light. Her daughter's friend was full of bandages stained with dried blood. "Oh, my God, dear, are you all right? What happened to you?" Nobara's maternal instinct took over, approaching the child who blushed at the lady's closeness. Izuku noticed that Ochako was a young version of her mother. They were identical, even with the perpetual blush on their cheeks. "Why yes, I'm fine, this is just for training," Izuku answered quickly. Sosuke was also concerned about the boy's condition. He was badly bruised. Besides, he had never seen him around. Taki wasn't exactly a big town, and add to that his accent. "Young man, aren't you from around here? Did you move here recently?" Sosuke asked, curious about his daughter's new friend. "No, Tu-chan, Izuku is in Taki to train with his mentor. He will only be here for a few months," explained the brunette to her father, saying the last with a slight tone of disappointment that her parents noticed. "Midoriya-chan, if you want you can come in and I can change the bandages for you, you look very sore," Nobara offered, noticing the slight tremors of the Izuku. First she had thought it was because of nerves, but her sixth sense as a mother told her that it was not only that. Thank you very much, Mrs. Uraraka, but I don't want to impose," Izuku said respectfully, blushing. "Not at all, young man, you helped my princess today, the least we can offer you is that," Sosuke said surprisingly. Ochako looked at her father surprised, but internally she did want Izuku to stay longer with her. Ochako looked expectantly and blushed at Izuku, waiting for his answer. This did not go unnoticed by Nobara. If they insist, I'd be flattered," Izuku finally said. "So here you are." A booming voice caught everyone's attention. Izuku jumped in fear as he recognized it and looked back. Ochako looked at the source of the voice. Behind Izuku stood an imposing man with Western features and a dark complexion, taller and stockier than her father. The stocky man wore black shoes, black formal pants, a black vest and tie, and a white formal shirt with the sleeves rolled up, revealing his muscular, hairy forearms. His face was frightening, with shoulder-length wavy brown hair, dark brown eyes, a bushy beard and a curious bony bulge on each cheek. The man was folding his arms as he stared at Izuku. Is that his mentor? He's intimidating, thought the chocolate-eyed girl, looking at how Izuku looked quite scared. "Yes, sir." The green-haired young man greeted him nervously. Simone was giving him a serious look. "I told you to be back by nightfall. It's been 2 hours already, kid," growled the man. Ochako and her parents noticed the foreign accent. "Yes, my colonel. Excuse me, my colonel," Izuku exclaimed, standing tall like a soldier. "My colonel," thought the entire Uraraka family, watching the interaction. Nobara found the man suspicious, considering that this Izuku was in. "Excuse me, sir, who are you?" Nobara asked, looking directly at Simone. The mulatto then took a second look at the people with his student. A family, parents and daughter. He noticed how the daughter approached her student, in a protective air as she looked doubtfully at the Colombian. The mulatto noticed how his student blushed at the proximity of the young brunette. "I am in charge of this child," Simone answered simply, noticing how the father looked at him cautiously standing next to his wife. It's as if he wants to protect Izuku. "Excuse me, but the boy is covered with bandages and is injured." "What do you mean by that? Aren't you his father?" Sosuke asked. Simone sighed. "No, I am not his father, but I have his mother's permission to train him," replied the mulatto. Sosuke looked at him with suspicion. "How can we know that?" the Uraraka patriarch asked, not entirely confident. Simone sighed and pulled something out of his pocket. "Excuse my rudeness, my name is Simone Garcia. I am a foreign hero recently transferred to Japan. I am in charge of training Izuku." He introduced himself more formally and showed his provisional hero license, extending it to Sosuke, who took it and analyzed it along with his wife before handing it back to the mulatto. "I understand, however, we are concerned about the boy's condition," Nobara said, still being cautious. Mr. and Mrs. Uraraka, it's okay, he's my instructor. I appreciate your concern for me, but these wounds are from my training, they're from my quirk," Izuku explained shyly. Beside him, a worried Ochako looked at him. The girl felt guilty for not having given importance to her new friend's wounds. After the young green-haired man's words, Ochako's parents decided to let their guard down in front of the intimidating man, who answered a couple more questions without a problem. Then, all the adults formally introduced themselves. Simone turned to look at his student, still looking at him rudely. "So what were you doing so important that you could answer a simple message, boy?" the mulatto asked irritated. Izuku got nervous and blushed as he turned to look at his new friend. He hadn't picked up the cell phone because he was enjoying so much with his first friend in years, besides he was very focused on worrying about her. Well, she needed help," Izuku whispered shyly. It was heard by everyone. Ochako blushed and put her hands to her cheeks, but forgot to leave her pinky raised so she was soon floating. Before her parents could react, Izuku grabbed her wrist again, looking at her with concern. The brunette then deactivated her quirk and her feet touched down. The teenager was super embarrassed. "Why yes, that's just the way he helped me," declared the junior Uraraka with a nervous laugh. Nobara couldn't help but giggle sweetly, and her husband was teasing his daughter the same way. Simone noted the interaction between the two thoughtfully. The mulatto sighed. "Okay, I get it now," declared the mulatto, grunting under his breath. The two teenagers did not understand, but Ochako's parents did. "Why don't Midoriya-chan and Garcia-san join us for dinner? I'm sure they're hungry," Nobara suddenly proposed, clasping her hands together. Everyone looked at her with surprise, even Simone. "Yes," exclaimed Ochako. She realized she had shouted and covered her mouth, much to the amusement of her parents. Izuku looked nervously at Simone, who was deep in thought. "I appreciate your offer, Nobara-san, but we'll have to decline. It is already late, and Izuku must study and train early tomorrow," explained the mulatto kindly. Sosuke's eye twitched when the foreign hero called his wife by name, but he tried to psyche himself up as a Westerner. The two teenagers shared disappointed looks. Simone looked at his student reflectively. "If you really want to leave that violence behind, how about starting the change with a dreamer child?" Simone sighed and adjusted his tie. However, since we will be here for a while, we could come this weekend. Friday, if that's okay. Simone proposed, earning a surprised look from Izuku and an excited one from Ochako. Nobara and Sosuke looked at each other and whispered a few things before looking smilingly at the mulatto. Of course I do, Garcia-san. Sosuke agreed. Ochako had to stifle a shout of joy. Izuku was happy too. Well then, Sosuke-san. It was nice to meet you. Izuku, say goodbye to your girlfriend and let's go. The mulatto ordered, turning around. If it was possible for both teams to get any redder, they had succeeded. The body temperature of both increased so much that steam could be seen rising from their bodies. Ochako put her hands to her face and Izuku covered her face with her arms. It's not like that, sir. Izuku exclaimed. Ochako had floated back up and was caught by her father. The older Uraraka also laughed. Hurry up. That was all Simone said. Izuku took a deep breath to calm down and went to his new friend, who was already on the floor still dizzy. Both were facing each other for a few awkward seconds without saying anything. They didn't know how to say goodbye. It was a pleasure to be with you today, Uraraka-san. Izuku finally said, scratching the back of his neck nervously. Thank you so much for helping me so much, Midoriya-kun. Thanked the brunette, playing with a lock of her hair. No problem, you helped me too, a lot, Izuku said with more confidence. They both stared directly at each other for a few seconds, emerald and chocolate colliding with intensity, two new worlds interacting and revolving around each other, revolutionizing. You're just too good to be true, can't take my eyes off you. I guess I'll see you later. The green-haired young man said goodbye, smiling slightly. Ochako nodded with a tender smile. Take it for granted, replied the girl. Izuku then gave her one last look before turning around and starting to walk. Then, Ochako realized something. Midoriya-kun, wait. The girl quickly approached him. The boy turned and looked curiously at his friend. Let me borrow your cell phone? Asked the brunette. Izuku looked at her confused, but held out his cell phone. Ochako grabbed it and began typing on the device. A minute later she handed it back to Izuku, who looked with surprise and a blush at the screen. It was a new contact, with the name, Uraraka, and a Saturn emoji next to it. The green-haired boy babbled stupid things without knowing what to say. So we can stay in touch, especially when you return to Musudafu. The girl told him, releasing a hint of sadness at the thought that Izuku would eventually leave. So, see you tomorrow, Midoriya-kun, said the girl finally goodbye with a bright smile before returning to her parents. Izuku watched her walk away, and couldn't help but be fascinated by the way her brown hair moved in the wind. When Ochako returned to her parents, she saw them both with mischievous smiles, especially her mother. The younger chestnut blushed, knowing they were not going to leave her alone with the teasing. Well, honey, before we start bothering you, let's go eat, I'm sure you're hungry. Nobara told her playfully, as the family entered the house. Ochako blushed and turned to watch Izuku's figure walk away from her house. Actually, I'm not that hungry. Midoriya-kun bought me a strawberry mochi, Ochako said almost out of inertia, smiling tenderly watching the greenette boy disappear into the night. Both parents shared a curious look. They knew how proud their daughter was of having someone from the outside buy her things, especially food. When Izuku caught up with his mentor, he was still looking at Ochako's contact, smiling goofily. Simone was looking at him out of the corner of his eye and shaking his head. Teenagers they had to be, whispered the man in Spanish. Garcia-san, Izuku called his mentor. Simone looked at him. It was not common for the green-eyed boy to call him by his name. Izuku had turned his gaze away from the cell phone to look at him with the sincerest smile he had seen on the boy in a long time, his eyes shining with happiness as a few tears leaked out. Uraraka-san told me that I was her hero, the young green-haired boy declared in a broken voice, while wiping away the tears that were overflowing. Simon's eyes widened and he arched an eyebrow. So that was it, at last someone had recognized a heroic action by the boy. He didn't blame him for being excited. Last time Izuku saved someone, that someone beat him up minutes later. The mulatto looked at his student for a few seconds, then sighed and put a hand on his shoulder gently. To his surprise, Izuku didn't tremble, he just looked surprised. Ese muchacho que yo quiero tanto, ese que yo regaño a cada rato. Well done, kid, Simone said calmly. Izuku looked at him in surprise and smiled in pure happiness, remembering the cute features of his new friend, how grateful she was to him, how bubbly she was, the hug she gave him when he gave her advice with her quirk. Izuku made a friend today. Izuku today found a beautiful new universe. It's like a Copernican revolution. Izuku whispered happily. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.